We'll call to order the April 12th meeting of the school board. First item on our agenda is a call to order and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item on our agenda is the approval of agenda. Do I have a motion? Doug, is there a second? Chris? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is celebrating success, classified and certified employees of the third quarter.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we'll start with the classified employee of the quarter. So this is probably Tanya's least favorite moment, but if Tanya would just walk up to the podium. Just want to read some comments from staff members who nominated Tanya. Tanya's rockstar status as administrative assistant to the associate superintendents was evident, and since moving into her new position as grant coordinator, she has somehow elevated her work even higher. Not only has she successfully supported and transitioned in her also awesome replacement, but she has also maintained oversight of all title programs and their complexities and brought in over $5 million in grant funding to the district. Her work is driven by the desire to make a difference for students and fueled by positivity, work ethic, creativity, and attention to detail. Tanya can talk anyone's language, synthesize information from a wide variety of resources, and align seemingly disconnected efforts toward a common goal. Once a grant is secured, she creates timelines and checkpoints to ensure no steps are missed and those implementing the plans both know what to do and how to stay on track. Her working hours far exceed expectations, and she has never, ever complained. She is a true player. Grand Forks Public Schools is fortunate to have her working in the name of our staff and students. Congratulations, Tanya, on being recognized as our classified employee of the quarter.
Thank you so much for this. I do greatly appreciate it. Mr. Thompson's right, it's not my favorite part, but I would really just like to extend my thank you to the school board and also district administration for the opportunity to develop this grant administrator, coordinator, grant writer role. It truly has been a blessing to be in this position, and I've just thoroughly enjoyed this opportunity to move strategically, and I think we're moving in the right direction. It's a team effort. It's definitely not my show by any means, and I'm just really privileged to work with all the different departments. So again, thank you all for your confidence in me on this position.
Good. Okay, I think we're ready for me. Good evening. My name is Eric Ripley, Executive Director of CT and Technology, and privileged to be here tonight to recognize Jeff Compton as the Certified Employee of the Quarter. Jeff is the district's network coordinator, and through his efforts, he ensures that the district's network is up and running and meeting the needs of our thousands of daily users. The list is endless in the areas that Jeff is specifically involved with. That includes everything from teachers' laptops, student devices, network infrastructure, district phones, district firewall, management of our Google domain, district printers, wireless connections, servers, storage, data backup, security cameras. The list is truly endless. Since the restructuring of the department a couple of years ago, Jeff has provided additional leadership to the technology department and working with the technicians to support both short and long-term needs for our students and staff. Especially within this year of various learning models, the need to continually provide a reliable network and working devices to support our one-to-one student devices, hybrid learning, remote learning has been an immense effort. But this award goes beyond the quality of work that Jeff does on a daily basis and also recognizes the quality individual that he is. Here are some words and phrases taken from the multiple nominations submitted for this award. Always has a smile on his face, courteous, professional, patience, high integrity, works tirelessly, positive attitude, a remarkable individual. Jeff emulates the pillars of character in all that he does. He's a wonderful colleague, He's a dear friend. Please help me congratulate Jeff Compton on being named the Certified Employee of the Quarter.
Thank you.
You bet.
Well, wow. I didn't know I did all those things. No, I really appreciate it. I appreciate the committee and the selection of this recognition. And certainly with all the things that Mr. Ripley had talked about, I definitely need to be working with some really good people. And so tonight I want to recognize them also, and that's the people that I work with every day in the technology department. It's certainly their hard work and dedication that makes it easier for me to come to work, and you know, technology is full nowadays, and we certainly need a lot of help, and I work with some really qualified people. So it's their dedication that makes everything go, and they certainly have the same attitude that I have as far as technology goes, and wanting to make sure that things are done right, and they're very easy to work with and make it easy to come to work. So thanks to them, and thanks to the committee for your selection. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Just some wonderful nominations. Next on our agenda is the approval of minutes from March 22nd, 2021. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Okay, Cynthia, is there a second? Jeff? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're now at the portion of our agenda for citizen comments on non-agenda items. We have one, Justin Berry.
Is that better? All right, Justin Berry, 1701 Lewis Boulevard. I was going to speak tonight about the consultant SiteLogic and their actions at the Vote Yes committee meeting last Wednesday night. I expressed my concerns to the board in an email, and I talked with Dr. Brenner, and I want to thank Dr. Brenner for taking time out of his weekend to talk with me about it, and thank you to the school board members who responded to my comments. I was going to reiterate some of that, but I thought instead I was going to mention, if you didn't see, the Grand Forks School Board was listed in an article which was published by Rob Port this afternoon, about 2:30, and the title is An Object Lesson from Grand Forks in the Skeezy Use of Consultants by Elected Leaders. His first part of the article talks about the overall concern of hiring companies that design and build schools to determine if schools need to be designed and built. He even said that it's like asking a hammer whether something needs to get nailed. So that was overall just generally. Then he talked specifically about SiteLogic organizing the Vote Yes campaign. In the article, it says on April 3rd, Tom Weber, a senior business consultant for UNESCO SiteLogic, sent an email to members of the school district's public facilities task force informing them of Vote Yes committee meeting, which was held at the Hampton Inn in Grand Forks, and it was hosted by SiteLogic. It was clear from both the email and materials presented at the meeting that UNESCO SiteLogic would be running the campaign. One of the slides even featured a QR code that allowed users to join a Facebook group managed by a UNESCO SiteLogic employee. It could very well be that, readers in Grand Forks reached out to Rob Port, he says, about the situation, wondering if such a meeting was covered by the state's open meeting laws. It very well could be, and that would be problematic for a couple of reasons. Not the least being that in North Dakota, it is illegal for public dollars to be spent on political activities, which include opposing or supporting ballot measures. Tom Weber from SiteLogic make reference to this in his April 3rd email, writing that the school district is legally obligated to provide information about the referendum, but they cannot advocate for passing the referendum. Shouldn't that prohibition on using tax dollars for public campaigns extend to consultants paid for by the school district issuing a referendum? You'd think. It could be argued that SiteLogic isn't technically being paid by the school district anymore. Their pre-referendum work is already done, after all, and while the company clearly hopes to get the post-referendum contract to build the school, we don't know yet if there will be a contract to get. Should be noted, though, the same day of this Vote Yes meeting, hours before, SiteLogic was facilitating the K through 8 pre-design committee at another location. Rob Port then asks some questions in his article. Is it ethical for a school board to investigate the question of building a new school by hiring, as a consultant, a company that builds schools? Is it ethical for that company, which got a taxpayer-funded contract to develop a referendum, to skirt legal prohibitions on the use of public dollars to campaign for or against referendums? Is it ethical for the consultant which developed the referendum to then be running for the building and design contract funded by the referendum? I think these are good questions, and I hope as a school board, you guys answer these to the public. I think the public deserves those answers. I also really recommend, I'm glad to hear that the district administration and the school board members as a whole were not aware that this meeting was going to be taking place beforehand. But that is also negligence by this consulting company be doing this unethical behavior, which really, I think, puts the school district at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Moving on, superintendent recommendation for discussion, review of school board meeting norms. Dr. Lund, would you mind reading those?
Thank you. I have to get my cheaters. Luckily, I had 2 pair because I dropped 1 pair down there, but I have 2 with me, as usual. Norms are: be prepared, be on time, value and respect each other, exercise thoughtful deliberation and conversation, be professional at the board table and when visiting with the general public, speak up when the norms are not being followed, and advocate on behalf of students and keep the community in mind.
Thank you. Legislative update, Dr. Brenner.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to have you just move right to page 12 of your electronic or hard copy packet. I'm going to highlight 2 bills given our agenda tonight. The first one is House Bill 1356, and this bill would require all public schools to permit Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts to provide information and recruit students during school hours. That's kind of the new caveat. We've always allowed them in our buildings in the past, typically for open house, parent night, outside of school hours, but yet having access to people. The way this bill is written and approved and passed, it'll now go on to the governor for consideration with the committee amended the bill to require access during school hours, but not during instructional time. So we've got to meet that out just a little bit more because to us, school time is instructional time. So we'll have to see where that lands, but we certainly want to be good stewards and good neighbors and good partners with Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. That's the first bill I wanted to highlight. The second one is also on page 12, Senate Bill 2308. School board may permit display of 10 commandments along with other historical documents on school property and in classrooms. This is a big change for our school district, so we'll need to be prepared how to do that and how to do that well and how to do that within the confines of the law. Those are the 2 quick ones I wanted to share with you this evening.
Any questions on any of the legislative update items? Go ahead, Sheena.
Dr. Brenner, that last one is a permissive may display, not must. Is that right?
May permit, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Moving on, pre-referendum planning update. Ms. Jentz? Or Dr. Benner? Okay.
Good evening. Is the volume okay? Okay. Thank you for having me this evening. I am Tracy Jentz, the Communications and Community Engagement Coordinator for Grand Forks Public Schools. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, quick background, I've been your Communications and Community Engagement Coordinator for over 8 years now. I have a bachelor's degree in communication, PR, and advertising with a master's degree in sociology, scientific study of human interaction with the cognate and research. So I'm going to try to keep this very high level, but this is really my stuff, and this really excites me. So you might have to bear with me a little bit. What we have shared in the board packet today is something called a Gantt chart, and I got a really great question from somebody why it's called that. It's actually named after someone, Henry Gantt. It's in a bar chart that shows a project schedule. So you might see this sometimes when you're working with someone on a project, and it's going to have multiple phases. And it just gives you an idea of the different projects that you're doing and the timeline in which they're going to happen. So in communications, and you'll notice this isn't in your board packet today, something I had the pleasure of doing the last 4 days is meeting as a member of the National School Public Relations Executive Board. And I know it's really important to all of you, and you had shared your norms early, that we don't get into the weeds of everything, we just go with the high level. But that said, if anybody really has a specific question about this, like I said, teed it up, this really excites me, so feel free to reach out anytime. The public relations follows something called a 4-step model. We refer to that as RPI, Research, Planning, Implementation, and Evaluation. And research for this project actually started over 2 years ago. And there's a number of different ways to perform research. You can do primary or secondary, and we've done a little bit of both. So primary, you do it, secondary, somebody else does it, and you review it. So something I would say about that is I've looked at 40 different school district referendum plans, their communications plans. Many of them were successful, some of them were not, and I learned a lot from all of them. There's formal and informal, whether or not we're doing it and we're doing something that's qualitative, quantitative, whether you're doing a survey, focus group, or whatnot, or just having informal discussions. And so that's the research part, and that's something that's been taking place over the last couple of years. Then we get to the plan, and this alludes to the plan, what's in here today. So something, whether I'm here at all your meetings or not, I want you to know I am watching. I know, Amber, you've talked about postcards. I know, Cynthia, we've talked about fact sheets. So I know tactics are really important to you. So I would share with you, as somebody who's accredited in public relations, tactics are really important, but they're actually the actual activities that we carry out. So with this communications plan, there's the overachieving goal, and that is to have a successful referendum. That's broken down into different objectives, and objectives describe what you are trying to do, by how much, and by when. So all of this alludes to that, but really the main objective is to inform all of our various audiences of all the information about the plan by the time they can vote. Then we also get into strategies, and the strategies detail what you are trying to do. And then we get to the tactics, and those are the principles and what we're trying to do to carry it out. So you'll see I went through all of that in the communication schedule, or the Gantt chart that I provided for you today. So again, those are all the various activities. I tried to do them in alphabetical order of what I thought you might be looking for, so it might be a little bit easier for you to see. Something to note is this is a fluid document. So if somebody were to ask me about it today, it would be one thing, and I might read something, research something, hear something. We have a great community. It alludes to in the agenda packet, we put some information on the website last week, and we've had a number of questions submitted in our question and answer feature. So our community is paying attention, and they're asking great questions. And with that, some of this might change. We might need to speed something up. We might need to slow something down. It's going to be completely dependent on the feedback that we get. But these are the various activities, or the tactics, as we would call them, that we're going to carry out. And I'm happy to answer any questions any of you have tonight about those.
Questions for Ms. Jens? Is there something you need from us at this moment, or can you talk about some of the other planning groups that are going on and how those will work with this process as well?
Sure. Well, for 8 years, I've been a proud one-person office, but this is something one person cannot take on themselves. As you're all aware, we're doing some budgeting and restructuring, and so I do have some assistance here now at MSCC from someone who's going to be very involved in this. Also working with SiteLogic. I've watched the task force meetings, I've taken notes, I watched all of your meetings. There might be times I reach out with some questions about a variety of different things as they come up. But right now, I appreciate all of your thoughtful discussion that you're all having. A lot of the questions that you have for each other, or topics that get brought up here, are questions that the community has as well. And I would echo, reading the FAQs, I was able to load some answers to the first set of questions that came through, I believe it was Saturday. And so again, the community is listening, they're listening to your conversations, they're asking really great questions, technical questions, some of which we have the answers for now. Something like the project lists and what else would be included in a up to $86 million bond. We're still getting some of the details on. So just a little bit of patience. Something that I learned over our board meeting for NSPRA, which I'm a member of, is everybody needs a lot of grace right now, and grace is defined as being unmerited. There's just a lot of stressed people everywhere on a variety of different topics. And if that's one thing that I can share with everybody is just having grace for yourself, having grace for one another. And I really appreciate everybody being patient with me while I was away from the office for a couple of days. Again, you'll be seeing more stuff come out from the office, more things on the website, more robust social media planned in the next week.
Thank you. A question is, I was on the district website and went to the referendum place, and there's a tab called Rumor Has It.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody submits in Rumor Has It, do you reply directly to the person, or how is that done, and have you had many requests through the Rumor Has It portal?
Great question. We've had one. It was something I needed to get a bit of clarification on because it involved the task force. There is an option to provide a name and email address for response. This individual chose not to. And I got the details for that this afternoon. So there's one, and it was posted this afternoon, 4 o'clock. There's probably 5 or 6 more FAQ questions that were submitted over the weekend that I have queued up on my computer, and that I will get those tonight or tomorrow. But I would say we've probably had about a dozen submitted through the FAQ feature, and one through the Rumor Has It.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So because we're an open records, open meeting state, how are you or the district generally handling those types of requests for information versus requests for records? Are we treating them as information gathering opportunities and actually compiling that on our dime and then responding? Or are we saying, records are records, information requests are not open records?
Would you like to answer, or would you like me to answer? So there are some that are requests for records, and that would be more so, as I understand it, emails, correspondence. So there is a process for that. These we're viewing as more informational questions that have to do with the referendum. Why 86 million? When is the election date? If I'm not able to be here on that date, how can I vote? Will there be absentee voting? So it's some general questions, informational seeking questions that maybe we don't have information for on the website. And in talking with a lot of my other colleagues, it's a feature that they use, and that's how they respond in that way. Because there are some things that we inadvertently take for granted or you miss in the 10,000-foot view, and you assume that other people would know that answer, and they don't. So information we would share on there. If it gets into more so, needing copies of records of emails or other correspondence, then that would be a records request.
Tracy already knows this, but I thought I would just reiterate one thing that I talked with you about today. And that is, as a board member, what I'm looking for we're asking for the $86 million bond, and here's what it's going to get us. And so that's what people are asking me. And so the feedback that I got on the quick facts that we were handed out, I was fortunate to be able to attend Dr. Brenner's Chamber of Commerce meeting. Kind of what I've heard from people is it's still not specific enough. And so I had a conversation with Tracy today. So that's what I think we need to make this, to make it easier as a board member to be able to say, yep, we're asking for an $86 million bond, and here's what it'll get us. So I don't know if you want to comment a little bit more on kind of where you're headed with that.
Absolutely. And thank you again for having that conversation with me and for waiting for when I came back from that meeting. That is something that we actually talked about in an administrative meeting this morning. As we had talked about, 86 million is something I cannot even understand. I cannot begin to fathom. We need to break it down into manageable pieces for individuals. I am also a homeowner, and I want to know exactly where that money is going. We owe that information to our public. And so that is something that we talked about and are tasking my colleagues with, is what exactly is this going for? What is the estimated cost for this? What is the estimated cost for that? And getting that breakdown at the very least by the end of the week, so we can share that not only with all of you, but on our website and in other ways, and with all of our publics, because they deserve to know that, and that is public information. And as soon as that breakdown's available and determined, we will get that information shared.
Ms. Jentz, can you talk about, so a two-part question. as a board member, one thing I'm looking for from a communication standpoint are what are some do's and don'ts for board members as we're going out and talking to the community, as community members are asking us about our opinion. Certainly we want to be kind to the district process and what's allowable. So if there's an opportunity to provide that at some point in a public fashion or in an agenda packet or something, that would be helpful. And then two, in your experience in researching, Mr. Berry talked about this YES committee. Can you talk about how YES committees are typically formed and how they worked with the district, but, possibly not led by the district, and all the sorts of, intricacies with that, and even know how no committees are formed as well, in your experience researching other districts?
Sure. So for the first part, the do's and don'ts, it is something that is drafted and created. I did ask some colleagues to look it over. Again, going back to a point earlier, sometimes I can assume or forget to share information, something that I think is very basic and it might be missed. So I asked some colleagues to look that over, and that's something that we'll have available by the end of the week as well, and be happy to share with the board members. In terms of a YES committee, of course, with us, it's nothing with employees that we can do on our time using district resources. So whether it's something where we're clocked in or where you're on contract with the school system, we wouldn't be able to use the resources of the school system. So whether that's a copy machine, paper, what have you. And that's also included in the do's and don'ts to spell that out for a little bit more for others. I would say a lot of school systems, especially the school systems in the last couple of years, have utilized a vendor. And that's because this is second nature to a lot of people. When I've talked to the SiteLogic team, it's things that they do. They really enjoy it. I don't understand that, but they really do enjoy doing this and going to communities to do this. So it's something they understand well with the elections, with the facilities, with the task force. It's the work that they do every day. So having someone in that capacity is not unique to Grand Forks Public Schools. It's something I would say as a board member of NSPRA, something that we've talked about and something that we would see as a trend. Whether or not that they're part of a formal committee, I guess that would be left up to them if somebody were to ask for my opinion, and that's all this would be, is an opinion, because it's something that working with the task force and their task force members, I understand it, that I've been told that have been interested in doing that, and maybe some that feel like they don't. But I could see where they would ask, because they've built this relationship over, I think it was 23 meetings, 60 some hours. So I think they feel that relationship with them and would want to get their feedback on that. But again, it's something that they would have to do completely separate of us. Nobody asked, but I will be very upfront that I have had no work with them, do not anticipate and would not doing that. And I don't know of any of my colleagues that have. And again, it's something that's referenced on that do's and don'ts.
Yeah, so I read the Rob Port article today, and I've had conversations with Dr. Brenner and President Flynn just generally about the concerns that have been raised. And I'm a little confused as to SiteLogic's current involvement, and so those were part of the questions I asked. Mr. Berry did reference the district and the board not being aware of that meeting. That's not entirely true. I caught wind of the meeting. An email was forwarded to me. I did watch that meeting on Zoom. It was very clearly led by SiteLogic, and it would be very surprising to me that if they really were in a pre-K planning meeting ahead of that YES committee meeting, that it wasn't known that they were about to go hold a YES committee meeting. To the extent that we're going to suggest that somebody reached out to them and SiteLogic is out of the goodness of their hearts just volunteering time and resources towards a YES committee, I think I can't really imagine that being the case, considering who they are and what they do. As a board member, I think I would like the clarity to understand exactly what SiteLogic is doing for us currently. I know what we've authorized them to do forward-looking, but I think we need to clarify that, and I think to the extent that we need to put distance in light of the pretty serious accusations that are being lobbed, it would be prudent to do it clearly, concisely, and as soon as possible. So I guess from a standpoint, from what you've just said, to me, I take it that SiteLogic is not working with you in any way, shape, or form to develop your communications plan around the district's approach, at least as far as you're aware.
So the plan that you see in front of you is the plan that I have created. And again, this is a schedule. It's not necessarily the plan. But there is communicators or people on the team there. They do provide some support. So graphics is not something that comes naturally to me. Video is not something that comes naturally to me. My understanding is that was part of the scope of work when this was all first discussed. And again, this is something that would be common in other school systems. Again, for the say yes, and pardon me, and Ms. Gabrieri, not to offend you, I couldn't hear the best out in the room, out in the lobby, but I will listen to that later. With all of the say yes in the meeting and all of that, I'm not privy to that information, so I would have to do some more digging. I am aware of the article, but I just don't have a lot of information on that. It was right around the time that I was out of town for a few days, so my apologies.
No, and that's fine, and I'm not trying, it's not a trick question by any means, but I just want to make sure that we clarify the role, and if it's not going to happen tonight, is there a plan to clarify that publicly? I mean, I think there's been a bell rung, and I think it does deserve a response, and it would be unwise not to respond in some way.
I'll go ahead and take that one. I had a conversation with Tom Weber from SiteLogic this past weekend after that meeting did happen at the Hampton Inn, and just indicated to him that they should cease and desist any future work around a yes campaign. And so he agreed that that's what they would do. And so we'll just wait for a contract that the energy savings contract is what we're waiting for now. So you probably won't see them. Well, you'll see them here for our K through 8 design committee work that's going on a weekly basis, and for the bonding committee work. And that's part of an agreement that we have with them.
And so is that an agreement that, because that's not part of the past agreement that we entered into, but this is something separate and distinct, and is that something that is an agreement that's before the board or will be coming before the board?
It's coming before the board. We're just waiting for the final document to get in front of us. And in that document, it will explain their committee work with us. That also includes Mr. Carpenter on one of the subcommittees and Mr. Delpit on one of the committees as well. We're anticipating that to be in front of you, Shannon, on April 26th.
I was just wondering if Dr. Brenner or somebody in administration could explain the role of these two committees, the pre-design committee and the other one, and the requirement by DPI to have a plan in place before you have a referendum. So if I'm wondering if somebody could re-explain that to the board so we're all aware.
Mr. Lund, to answer your question, the K-8 committee is there are a variety of, that committee we're looking at kind of really just a high level look at what a K-8 could be. We've only had one meeting so far, and 2 or 3 more scheduled. We've got some principals on the committee. We've got some private citizens on the committee. So there's more work to that. Just kind of somewhat of a high level. Look at kind of what a real high-level pre-design would be like. It wouldn't be, drawings down to the size of rooms or whatnot, but just kind of that, that high-level concept. The bonding committee, there are a variety of documents, pre-construction type documents that have to be provided to North Dakota DPI at least 30-some days in advance of the referendum vote to get approval by the state for again those high-level documents in relation to the referendum question ask of the $86 million. So there's just a lot of documentation that needs to be put together to be provided to the state of North Dakota. And I've had some very preliminary discussions with a couple of individuals at the state, letting them know that we are working on the documents, and a variety of information is going to be coming over the course of the next probably 3 weeks.
And if I could just add to that, whether we have a successful referendum or not, the energy project would go forward because there would be ways for us to do those projects, without having to spend a lot of money on it. So the onus would be on SiteLogic if the energy wasn't recuperated in a way that they indicate. And again, that would be in the contract that's coming forward. The other thing that I'm just going to share tonight is what I shared with the Chamber and EDC Business Leadership Group last week, and that is, if we do have a successful referendum, all that work is going to stay local. Architects, HVAC, plumbing, heating, electrical. So SiteLogic will not be the architect of any design. To Scott's point, it's schematic in nature. What would a K-8 campus look like sitting on the Pleasant Valley site? But once June 22nd is successful, then all of that work will be local. So I just wanted to make that clear for this group, since I made it clear for a number of other people last week.
Dr. Brenner, could you just clarify, and perhaps Ms. Jentz, you could help with some of this too. I think one of the questions Shannon was asking was, we have a contract that has expired, and then we have this energy contract, but then there's still this K-8 and bonding committee that's going on. So is that an extension of the first contract, and how is that an extension if it's expired? Is that, as part of the energy contract, and then a second part to this, we talked about kind of SiteLogic being done with the referendum stuff, but they are on the communications plan, helping to do advertisements and videos and things like that, informational mailers. So will they still be involved in that process? Maybe just some clarity around their involvement there.
I'll take the first part. The two committees that are running right now would be part of the energy project, and that would be their way to gain compensation for that work. If the board feels more comfortable that we establish guardrails between the old contract, which did expire on basically December 17th when the task force handed off the work to the school board, and when they, and while they're doing these two committee works, if you would like some guardrails and we open up a PO and work it that way, we can work it that way if that feels cleaner for the board.
I think, Dr. Brenner, the part of the confusing part is that the contract did expire in December, but we have seen Tom Weber and Ms. Guyant and some other members of SiteLogic. And so maybe from your perspective, Ms. Jentz, is it typical that, that pre-work would finish and then they kind of see it out while they're not being paid per hour from their time, but is there that extension that it's more in good faith, or, even if a contract has expired?
I'm unfamiliar with the contract. I read it at the time, but I would need to refresh my memory. But yes, it would be my experience, and in looking at other communications plans and talking with other communicators, that you go through that process together. And that was a discussion that I had with Tom Weber back a few months ago, and doing all the task force work, is what is the expectation of you moving forward, not knowing about the lapse in the timeline in terms of communication. And that is when you see SiteLogic noted, that is Tom that I'm talking about and working with, and they actually just hired their first communications person. She's in her 3rd week now, and working with her. And again, that support more so for the videos and for the graphics to supplement the plan that I have created. So that was something that I had asked of them, and they said yes.
And that's not specific to a yes campaign. It's more so factual information about the project, taking information from the website and whatnot.
Yes. So when I had talked about a communications plan with the goals, objectives, strategies, and tactics, that was all written by me, kind of all designed by me based off of those other plans. And then when I came down to the tactics and looking at what can one person do, or what can one person and a half-time person do, then it was, again, talking with Tom ahead of time and seeing if this is something that they would support, which again is typical, as I understand it, from other school systems, and their capacity to be able to support. And so that would be that video and graphics for information.
So I think part of the discomfort that I have over kind of the current status with what SiteLogic is doing is I understand and appreciate the need for the district to have that expertise. The rub comes in with sort of this forward-looking promise of payment at like a post-referendum period, and that's where I think there's the you know, for what it's worth, that's where the tarnish is coming into the situation. And so from a performance standpoint, to me, it's cleaner to have either no involvement sort of pre-referendum in this planning period from the same vendor that will be executing on a subset of work, not all of the work, but would be executing on a subset of work, because the lines get a little bit blurred in there as to roles and function and kind of, you know, have they been promised X later if they deliver on the referendum. And I think that's where you're seeing this messaging coming in. And so, you know, I talked with Dr. Brenner about kind of a clean documentation. You're doing this work, it's for a fee, and that's it. Like, there's no other promise for future payment based upon the outcome of the referendum. There's no way to tie one to the other. You know, I think what I heard Dr. Brenner say is they will not be involved, SiteLogic will not be involved with any projects, management or execution or construction of any projects, with the exception of the energy savings projects that we have approved as a board that they would go forward on. And I think if that's the case, then I would feel much better having a very clean separation of responsibilities so that there isn't the continued opportunity to message in a way that somehow tries to tie one to the other. But that was my discomfort with it. And then coming in light of you know, this article this afternoon, I feel very strongly about that. But I'm one board member, so.
Other comments?
I'll just say that I agree. I think having some clean boundaries is always good. And because I can tell people all day, well, that's not in the plan. And if they can look at something and kind of go, oh, well, it kind of seems like it might be, you know, then that's not helpful as a board member. I mean, people are only going to believe me so far. So, and I don't think that anybody, I don't think anybody on the board, their job as consultants is to set us up in the best way possible to have a successful referendum. So they're going to be supportive in general in their approach, right? That's what they're supposed to do for us, is to set us up in the best way possible, and then we take the reins. And so I hope that the public hears that, you know, their positive talk about the referendum, that's their job, right? That's what they're supposed to be doing and helping us with that based on what the community wanted out of this task force. And so it's just the moving forward piece that I think is kind of a little bit messy. And I'm glad that everybody's on the same page in terms of what's going to be happening moving forward.
Would it be possible, Dr. Brenner, to get in writing from SiteLogic that their continued support or help as outlined here, or what they were planning to do, would not result in any future payment if there was a successful referendum? I think the biggest question is, if the referendum passes, do they get a sort of kickback for helping? Because their contract has expired, but they're still helping. So one would say, well, why do they still want to help? Well, Tracy alluded to, you establish this relationship. It's a sort of a general protocol that you help finish it out. And, you know, of course, our contracts are reviewed by legal. So I would, you know, certainly have hoped that if there was something problematic in there, that we would have been alerted to that. But do you think that it would be possible to set those guardrails and maybe get something from them that says that there is not a kickback from them, or they won't benefit from a successful referendum?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. Does that satisfy any concerns at this point? Go ahead, Chris.
Madam Chair, and I read Rob Port. He writes across the state out of Minot, and I do not know, and typically in his articles, he will say, I attempted to reach out to and was unable. Now, I read it this afternoon, and I may have overlooked something, but I did not read anything in there where he attempted to reach out to the school district, whereas Dr. Brenner could have shared with him. I conversed with Tom Weber last week. We made a decision moving forward. So the article at the present sense is saying this is what's going on in Grand Forks, when in reality, some things had been done, I believe on Friday, Dr. Brenner, or over the weekend, I believe it was. So what I'm saying is, you know, when somebody reports something, we need to take a step back and breathe. It was out at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's 6:45 now. It's only been out 4.5 hours. What I appreciate is when a community member is willing to come in and speak when they're against something. They live here. They work here. I appreciate that. So I think what we need to do is understand that this article is only 4.5 hours old. Let's take a breath and let people do their work.
Okay. If there's no other comments on that, we'll move on to the NSBA conference attendee report. So I attended the National School Board Association conference online. The great part about a virtual conference is that there's now also a bank of presentations available. And so I've had the opportunity to even, since this weekend and earlier today, go back and look at some other presentations that happened at the same time. So I'll just briefly comment on a few programs that I attended. If it's the will of the board to get access or learn more about a presentation, we can certainly share some PowerPoints and the presentations that way. One of the first presentations I attended on the first day was about school nutrition. There's so much to learn about nutrition and federal programs and things like that. They did talk about equity in nutrition in schools and different programs that schools do have, such as like a grab and go program and things like that. And so I think there's some tidbits of information to take away, and not only how nutrition and breakfast programs help our students, and that could be the only meals they have during the week, but different opportunities for programs for students during the day. So that's certainly a presentation that I will forward to Ms. Carroll. There was some presentations on board governance and relationships with superintendent, but one of the biggest lessons I took away was there was developing a continuous improvement plan. And I think that would be important for this board, hopefully this summer, to engage in a board retreat and to talk about how the board and the district can really have a continuous improvement plan on kind of where we're starting, what are those goals, whether it's a strategic plan or if we want to engage the community in different ways. There are some really good tidbits of information for that, and then how to measure our progress on that. There's another one on per pupil spending and access to digital learning. This was interesting given times with COVID and the request for some students who were distance learning to actually remain distance learning in subsequent years. And so it's interesting to think about how that flip or that switch happened, and how students actually might prefer some of that. And so it was a interesting dynamic of how we can really meet the needs of all students, or the wants in some ways, however they choose to show up and learn. Equity in Action Magna programs. This was a great opportunity. I've been at the school board conferences before where the Magna programs have been highlighted. And so what the Magna programs are is that schools apply for this award, so to speak, and it's about equity and how they serve their communities in different ways. And one of the programs, they did a language program. There was an indigenous program in Alaska. And it's really interesting to see the great things that other school districts are using, but what it makes me think of is the great programs that Grand Forks Public Schools has, and how it would be really great to be on the stage to really be recognized for maybe some equity programs that we put in place. And so I think this is a great model to look to and to identify if there's any programs in our school district or, again, that continuous improvement plan, how we can get there and be recognized for some of the great things we're doing for students. Another one was public schools transformation. So this really talked about, it sort of tied into what taxpayers and what citizens think about funding public education. And they shared some survey data about individuals and their support for public education, why they would support public education, why they wouldn't support public education. And academics and equity and access to education came second to the number one thing where people would support education nowadays is safety for students, which is interesting. You think that schools are naturally a place where you'd go and feel safe at, but given, some of the school shootings in recent history and things like that, there's a broader need for concern for access, for ADA, and really having students feel like there's a safe place in schools. So that was interesting. Those are 5 of the programs I attended. I think I attended 2 more or watched 2 more outside of that. And so I'll be passing on the appropriate presentations to who I think would like to see it in the district, and any feedback would be helpful. But if there's an opportunity to maybe look on the agenda, I'm not sure if you all have access to it. I'll see if there's a way Cindy and I can send it out. But if there's anything you want to see or learn more about, we can try to get you the PowerPoint for those presentations as well. Any questions? Okay. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Jackie? Any discussion? Shannon?
I just want to say one of the names on here in terms of resignations is Alta Brown. She was a distance learning teacher for my daughter, and I have to say, did an exceptional job. I've known her since before she was in Grand Forks Public Schools District, and just want to publicly wish her the best, and just really, really appreciate teachers like that, especially for first-time parents in a school district. She helped me navigate a lot of very tricky platforms that school districts use that parents probably were never intended to utilize. So she just does an exceptional job, and is just a joy, especially during a very, very challenging time for parents and students, I think, across the board. So thanks.
Thank you, Shannon. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is the Executive Director of Special Education resignation.
Typically, we include resignations in the consent agenda, and I just wanted to call this one out in particular. It's a high-level executive position that Dr. Tricia Lee has filled for the last several years, and she has an opportunity locally which doesn't come along very often. And I just wanted to note her exemplary work in our school district with all of our staff, particularly with staff who work with students on IEPs, how she ushered in Carrie Weipert as her assistant director, how she's worked with her coordinators, and how she's actually reimagining her department and the structure of her department. So I just wanted to pull this one out and have a special thank you to Dr. Tricia Lee for her service to Grand Forks Public Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Brenner. Next item is the Head Start COLA grant. Oh, sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve the resignation of Tricia Lee.
Thank you. Is there a second? Doug? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now we will move on to the Head Start COLA grant. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam President. Page 40 of your electronic packet is a memorandum from Tracy Johnson, our Executive Director of Head Start, and myself seeking approval for a COLA grant. And so Tracy's actually in the room with us, so we don't have to find her. And I hope she brought her glasses just in case she has to answer any questions. But your information's on page 40.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you for having me back. I'm Tracy Johnson, the Director of Head Start, and it's only one grant tonight that I'm asking you to approve. It's a cost of living adjustment at the rate of 1.22%. We are looking at $33,454 to supplement our salary and fringe benefits package. And that is it. Do I have any questions?
Tracy, I have an extra pair of glasses on the floor if you need them, so.
I have mine in my purse, but I don't need them tonight.
Any questions? Okay, is there a motion for approval? Okay, is there a second? Okay, Chris? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Next part on our agenda is the Finance Committee report budget reduction recommendations. Before we start, I'd respectfully ask that we take a break. I do have to go to the bathroom, and I know that this portion would be long, and I don't want to leave during that portion. 5 minutes for everyone else to take a quick break. Thank you. It's important that we allow public comment on some of those items. I think there may be some clarification on some questions or comments that might be asked in the memorandum, but we certainly want to give the public time to ask some questions. Because we do have a lot of cards, in an attempt not to limit discussion, but just for process, we will be allowing each speaker to comment for up to 3 minutes. If someone wanted to be recognized for a second time, we can consider that as long as everyone has spoken first, and then we can hear comments after that. If school board members want to seek clarification on a comment that's made or ask a question, you can do so since the item is on the agenda, but please limit the discussion to a guest who is speaking to 3 minutes as well. Again, not to limit discussion, but to try to make sure that we're adhering to sort of the process that we have always outlined for citizen comment. So I will ask that each speaker come up to the microphone and turn on the microphone. There's a little yellow dot that you'll push, and then it will turn red. There are some individuals in the room across the hall, and there's a little bit of a delay. So if I call your name, we'll wait a few seconds to see if you magically appear from the room outside. Okay, so I will...
Say President Flynn?
Yes.
Sorry, this
Go
is
ahead.
not God speaking. Maybe you could give like an on deck to the next person just to help that process a little bit more seamlessly?
That's a good idea. Thank you. Yeah, like who is that? Okay, first one is Nicole Doreen, and then the next person to speak after her will be Katie Larson. And in an attempt to just show 30 or 3 minutes, I'll put my hand up at about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, just so you have an idea of the timeline. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Durain. I serve on the ArtWise Board of Directors, and I am speaking on behalf of the board tonight. The ArtWise Board of Directors urges the Grand Forks Public School Board to retain the Artist in the Classroom program. The Artist in the Classroom program provides the district with a tremendous return on investment. The program provides standards-based visual arts education to all of the 3,396 elementary students in the Grand Forks Public School District. The program consists of 3 parts: 1 full-time director, 6 part-time artist educators, and supplies. The artist educators visit each elementary classroom, ensuring that each child receives up to 18 weekly hour-long class sessions each academic year. Students create artwork while learning about the content, processes, techniques, and historical context of art making. Artist educators follow state instructional standards. The Artist in the Classroom program follows the Art as Curriculum instructional model. This means that the Artist in the Classroom program ensures a dedicated time for standards-based visual arts instruction, focusing on visual literacy, problem solving, and critical thinking skills through art making. This is different from an arts integrated curriculum approach, which we understand the district has suggested as a replacement for the Artist in the Classroom program. An arts integrated curriculum, classroom teachers use the arts as a tool for teaching another subject matter, following the standards for the other subject. Examples would include using theater to dramatize a topic in social studies, or perhaps creating a diorama for a science class. The arts integrated curriculum does not provide a dedicated time for standards-based visual art instruction. Keeping the Artist in the Classroom program and the Arts as Curriculum approach ensures a dedicated time for standards-based visual arts instruction and keeps the district on par with other regional districts in North Dakota. For example, Fargo, West Fargo, Buxton, and Central Valley public school districts offer dedicated, standards-based visual art instruction at the elementary level. Visual arts is included in the federal definition of a well-rounded education as defined in the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA. The state of North Dakota reiterates the federal recognition of the value of visual arts instruction in the state ESSA implementation plan. This means that federal and state guidelines stress the importance of a rigorous, standards-based instruction in subjects that make up a well-rounded education, and this includes the visual arts. The federal and state commitment to visual arts education must be affirmed at the local level to ensure a well-rounded education. Last week, the ArtWise Board of Directors provided you with a rationale statement that addresses funding and programmatic alternatives. We aim to help the district maintain a standards-based visual arts instruction and find efficiencies such as programmatic restructuring and funding alternatives. Visual arts education is also eligible for federal funding and possibly for grant support. So we have proposed basically restructuring the program so it costs less, but still delivers standards-based visual art education to all elementary students. We understand that the school administrators have expressed scheduling concerns with this program. This is a valid concern, but it is a scheduling issue and does not speak to the value of the Artist in the Classroom program and should not jeopardize the program. It is critical that the Artist in the Classroom program be retained in the budget. ArtWise urges the Grand Forks Public Schools Board to preserve standards-based art education provided by the Artist in the Classroom program in Grand Forks Public Elementary Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Serene. Is there any questions or comments? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Just to clarify, at the Finance Committee meeting, we did talk about a proposal being brought forth and encouraged administration to work with ArtWise. And so I just want to, I'll put a pin in this because it's more of a comment, but I do want to hear the district's sort of response to the alternative proposal and the forward-looking. I don't think the memo directly spoke to that. And so I'll put a pin in it, but I just want to flag it because we have a lot, I'm sure there's a lot more people we're going to hear from, so.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Serene. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Next, we have Katie Larson, followed by Jamie Tellman.
First of all, I want to say thank you for listening to what I'm about to read. I'm an art teacher in this district. I'm here to advocate for art in this district and community. Data exists to support the belief that study and participation in art is a key component in improving learning throughout all academic areas. Art is focused on hands-on, has immediate rewards, positive achievements, develops concrete products, and fosters collaboration. Students who participate in art develop leadership skills, including decision-making, strategy building, planning, and reflection. Art helps students better understand their mental health. Art helps students identify and express their emotions. The creative process teaches students an emotional skill, like self-awareness, social skills, and self-acceptance. An EL student came in to tell me about being a new American and only understanding art. She felt happy to be able to connect with others and able to communicate through her art. I know many individuals in this community who value art and hope the district will not reduce opportunities for our students. Thank you for your time, and please drive safely tonight.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Are you an art teacher with K-12?
Yes, I teach at Central High School.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before our next speaker, I forgot, Cindy kindly gave me this yellow piece of paper so I wouldn't forget, but I did. There's a message that was left by an individual, so I'll just read their comment. Pam Swenson left a message for the school board, called about the proposal position program cuts to arts and music. She said they're an important part of education, helps lift the students' spirits in depression, especially with what students have had to deal with this past year. It is a poor move to cut. Okay, so Jamie Tellman is next, and after Jamie is David Frisch. Yes, there should be a yellow button there, and then it'll turn, there you go, perfect.
I am here to appeal to the school board to not lay off the 8 teachers in the proposed budget cuts. My friend Katie Larson, who you just heard from, is one of the 8 teachers who may lose her job if these budget cuts are implemented. She is an art teacher at Central High School and has worked there for the last 4 years. And previously, she worked for 5 years as an art teacher at South Middle School. She is an amazing teacher. Katie faced many challenges growing up with a single mother who suffered from mental illness. A lot of times, Katie was the mother in her family and had to figure out how to care for herself. Katie counted on the teachers in her life to support her and shape her into the person she is today. In fact, one of the teachers who shaped her into the person she is today sits on the board and knows the kind of teacher and person Katie is. Because of the background Katie has, she is not only passionate in the area she teaches in, but she is also passionate about her students as people. She is intuitive and sees when students may need extra support because they might not be getting the support they need at home or elsewhere. Her office is open to the students who need a safe place to go for lunch. She feeds the kids who don't have a meal to eat. She supports the kids who need her. She is shaping these kids to become caring and kind adults. During the pandemic, when students were learning remotely, Katie worked hard to make sure her students were engaged in learning. If students forgot or ran out of art materials, she would deliver the materials to their homes. It would be tragic to lose her. Katie has a family. She's not in a financial position to work part-time for the school district. She needs a full-time position in order to remain in the community with her family, which is where she wants to be. In 2 years, the other art teacher at Central will be retiring, and Katie is a perfect fit to fill that position. It would be a shame if she was no longer here to fill that position. On a teacher's salary, she can't afford to move away for 2 years and then move back when the position does open. Laying off these 8 educators is not the way we should treat our teachers. We should value what they are doing to shape our kids' lives. There is a scene in the movie National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation when Clark Griswold's cousin Eddie kidnaps Clark's boss because he didn't give out the usual annual Christmas bonuses. In the scene, Clark's boss realizes the effect this is having on his employees. He says, "Sometimes things look good on paper but lose their luster when you see the effects on real folks. A healthy bottom line doesn't mean much if to get it you hurt the ones you depend on." I hope you will see that cutting these 8 teaching positions is not the right thing to do to our teachers and to our students. The stakes are a lot higher for our teachers. This isn't a backyard swimming pool they might not get. This is their livelihoods. Katie can't just go to get another art position in Grand Forks. She will have to uproot her family and move to another community. Our students are the ones who will lose out if she leaves this community. My oldest daughter was her student, and I want my younger 2 kids to benefit from having her as their art teacher when they are in high school. The school district would be at a great loss if they let her go. I don't know the other 7 teachers who may lose their jobs, but they have stories too, and I believe they are impacting their students in profound ways as well. Please do not lay off these 8 teachers. Thank you, school board members, for allowing me to take the time to make this statement tonight.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. Just a reminder, so while some of the reduction in force align with the budget recommendations, the board hasn't seen those names yet, and out of respect for those individuals, if we could maybe not name names, but also if there's any comments that are related to specific individuals or people, that's not a part of this agenda item. So if there are specific comments about the agenda item aside from the reduction in force, again, I see how those are a little bit connected, but if there's other commenters that want to comment next on that, and then the board hasn't seen those names, so if we could just not mention those at this time, that would be great. Thank you.
Board, President Amber.
Yeah.
You know, I reached out to the North Dakota School Board Association this afternoon, or actually over the weekend, and heard today. And I wasn't part of a reduction in force non-renewal online training that they offered. I wasn't able to attend. But I just wanted to remind the board that in the packet, it says that the suggested time frame for superintendent to bring specific teachers' names to the board in order for the board to make a motion to contemplate non-renewal is March 1st through the 15th. Now, tonight we are tasked with hearing this, reading this from Thursday till today, and you're expecting and asking us to vote on that. I struggle with this. I am deeply moved. I want to be respectful and to follow our school board norms. I did not feel prepared. I did a lot of my homework from Thursday till today. And I don't feel that this is really the right way to do it. I cannot sit here at the board table and be out in the public representing how I feel. I have to share my feelings. I don't think that we can do this in this time frame. I understand that the last day the district can give teachers notice of contemplated reduction in force is April 15th. I understand that. So what I'm going to ask us to consider, since we have not gotten the names, is if we can at least have a discussion tonight, and if I could get one other board member to call a special meeting before Thursday when we have to decide this. I think at least at that point, we would have some time to hear from the public who are so concerned. Our inboxes are full. I had no time to respond to all of those, to even read them well. And Tuesday, Wednesday, if we need to have a special board meeting, I just feel that it's disingenuous to not know who we're talking about and to carry on.
Thank you for that, Cynthia. At this point, just procedurally, we're at the citizen comment of this, and then we'll get to the memorandum, and then we can get to that discussion. So I would just like to finish the citizen comment portion, if that's okay, and then we'll consider having that conversation about your requests when we get to the memorandum and talking about the details. So would that be okay if we finish the citizen comment portion?
Certainly, we want to finish that.
Yeah.
I just think we're a little bit caught because people are talking about positions that they know are being reduced, but we don't.
Sure. Yeah, and Dr. Brenner.
Or they might be talking about a position that's not being reduced, and that's the caution. Now, that's why we would prefer for no names to be mentioned at this point, because you haven't seen the names.
Okay, and I'll accept that, sorry.
Go ahead, Shannon.
So I was going to ask, I thought conversations have already happened with individuals that may be impacted, and the district was the one who held those conversations with those individuals. So I have a little bit of discomfort putting a gag order on anybody who wants to come up here and say, I'm one of those people, and I'm concerned. I mean, that's what it sounds like we're saying is don't talk about it, whether we've talked about it with you. And I'm with Cynthia. I mean, it puts us at a, like, it does feel a little bit blindsided. I was like, oh, wait, hold on, art position being cut, let me pull up the finance stuff because it's not spelled out there. So right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm a little uncomfortable directing people not to speak out for themselves, at this point. If they're aware and the district has talked to them about it and they came here to make a public comment, I don't know how we can tell them they're not allowed to say their piece.
Based on the last citizen's comment, that would be inaccurate information. So there's a danger in that as well.
Yeah, but free expression dictates inaccurate information is not something that we have a right to trammel on. The way you counter inaccurate information is putting accurate information out into the public domain. So, I mean, by you saying that's an appropriate response, but saying you're not allowed to say it, to me, is a problem. That's the problem, I'm saying. That's my issue with it, is if it's inaccurate, then by all means, Dr. Brenner, please correct the record. But I'm uncomfortable when we're directing public citizens during a public comment period not to say, within the bounds, right? There's certain free expression that cannot be said. That's illicit, but that doesn't really strike me as appropriate.
Sure. So I'll maybe switch things up here. And I know, Dave, you just kind of came to the mic, but the only reason I mentioned that was because those specific positions will be presented to the board in the next agenda item. So it wasn't an attempt to gag anyone. It was certainly just a nod to, having, if someone's going to talk about someone, that we're on the same page with who they're talking about. So here's what I'll do. I think it would be helpful to just switch it around a little bit. So we're going to save the citizen comments for a second, and we will get into the memorandum so that we start to at least have the conversation. The district can update us if there's any changes from the last meeting till today or what's being presented. So Dave, if you wouldn't mind just holding tight, we'll call you when we get back to the citizen comments of the meetings. And so we'll go into the memorandum of understanding. Dr. Brenner, if you want to take that, and then I don't know if Scott has anything to say, but we'll just have you present, and then maybe there's some questions answered or some comments that can correct potential information that was lapsed.
Madam President, I just want to make sure I know which memo you're talking about. Are you talking about skipping ahead to the...
We'll just start with this first one that we're on now, and then because these two sort of coincide together and coexist, maybe we'll just run through both of them, if you wouldn't mind, and then we'll get to the citizen comments. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm, if we're going to have the Finance Committee, or the memorandum on finance, budget reductions, followed by the memorandum on reduction in force, those are two separate topic items. Would public comment need to be set aside for each separately, or is it okay to present both and then have public comment? I just want to make sure we're following the agenda.
Yeah,
accordingly.
I think the notion here is that from even just the first couple commenters, that these two align and kind of coincide. So if the board wishes to talk about these two simultaneously, I don't know if technicality there needs to be a motion for that. They are two separate agenda items, and the typical practice is to vote on one before then moving to the other. But given that they align in discussion procedurally, I want to make sure that we're doing things appropriately. So go ahead, Cynthia. Do you have a comment?
My only question is, I'm not sure what memorandum you're expressing here, but the timeline in terms of all of the people who waited. I mean, if we're going to go through a whole PowerPoint or something on the finance and how we got here, that could delay people even further. So maybe I shouldn't. I felt moved to say what I did, and I still am glad that I said it.
Sure.
But I worry that then we're making people wait.
Well, it is a comment on the agenda item. So, I think we don't certainly know if and when we have a timeline that guides us, but, I want to be fair to the process and the people that are here. We've also had emails that have been submitted. There is other opportunities to comment, but I think it would be important for the board to know accurate information, and then to hear the public comment as it relates to that. Go ahead, Shannon.
So, I think this is one of those items where, as a board member, I think we do need to hear the public comments before we have a discussion on the actual information that's in front of us. And I would suggest not that we have the district go first, because then we have public comments that come in later, and then I would imagine the district's probably going to want to make a couple more statements or kind of address some of the comments that are coming up. So in light of, my suggestion of saying, like, I don't think we can tell people not to say what they want to say within the bounds of free speech, I would suggest that the public comments go forward, and then the district has ample opportunity to correct anything following those public comments or as we're going through the public comments, and then we can move through these agenda items having it been completely presented. That would be my suggestion, take it or leave it.
Okay. Does anyone object to that?
No, I don't object. I think that's the right way, and I think we just, as a board, need to remember that somebody who's speaking may not have the correct information. They may not be knowledgeable about it. I think that's fine.
Okay. I appreciate the dialogue and adhering to our norms and respectfully disagreeing, and we're moving forward with a plan. So, Dave, if you wouldn't mind coming back to the mic. The next speaker after that is Eli Zier. I think I said that name right.
Time for me to go?
Go ahead. The mic's on, so you're good to go.
Okay, my name's Dave Frisch. I'm just a old dusty citizen here. I could have wrote down a whole speech, but I didn't. I just wrote a few topics. I'm leaving all the emotion out of it and just being to the point. I'd made a lot of phone calls. I've talked to a few of you, gathering information because I wanted to clarify a few things. And, I'm tired. I'm tired of taxes. Every time I turn around, I get assessed by the city. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Now you want to do a referendum in that. There's $6.5 billion in Bismarck. Where have you been? Have you been hammering these people? You got to be like a pack of wolves to go after that. I don't want to be a sheep and fall, with the herd and go over the cliff, as the old saying goes. The legacy fund is for legacy. That's our kids. Mandan is in the same situation I just read a little bit ago before I came here. I think they're doing a referendum. Why can't we citizens get together in the school boards and start to tell these people that we elected that's our money? $100 million here is not going to hurt that fund one bit. $90 million in Mandan's not going to hurt it a bit. $6 billion, that's a lot of cash. That's ours. No government should have that much money on hand. You need to go after it. I hear a lot of emotion here. I hear stuff. 40 years ago, I was on a corporate phone call. I was 20 years old. And I'll tell you what, that really opened my life, listening to a corporate phone call. Bob said the wrong thing. Next week on the phone call, Bob was nowhere to be found. It's all about business. And that's how I'm looking at it now, You got to make cuts. Nobody's job is more important than my job, your job, or anybody else's. And that goes for teachers. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. I've been in cuts and reduction with the federal government 2 times. And that's a hard thing to swallow when, hey, your job's gone. It's just part of life. It's business. We're here because we got ourselves here. There's a lot I could say. It's just taxes. It's not good to tax right now, man. The pandemic has got everybody down, and I just think it's a really bad idea. I think we could fight and get the money from Bismarck. That money's there for us. That's our money, and I think we can do a better job. I thank you for the work you've done so far. Keep up the good work. You got to fight. Mr. Thompson and I've known him for a while, and I had some rounds with him in the past. It's been 4 years since I've been up to speak in public. I got hurt, and I'm back, trying to get going again. But as a citizen, it's just hard, these taxes. So with that, I'm gonna quit. Keep it simple. I think I hit I think I got 4 or 5 words here that I got them all. But, look at it as a business and, just keep going, keep pressing on. But I think the grassroots movement to Bismarck is our way to go to get our money that's already there. So thank you very much. Be safe. Take care.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Eli is next, followed by Jonas and Maura Ferguson.
Good evening. My name is Eli Zier, and I'm currently an 8th grader at South Middle School. And I just wanted to say that throughout my time as a student, music programs have been really important to me. And seeing that the proposed cuts to music, arts, and humanities is very disappointing, to say the least. Even as a person who enjoys science and math, I think that music is very important for a well-rounded education. And for me and many others, it provides a great break in the day. It allows you to do more creative activity instead of just the same old, in the classroom learning. And if these cuts go forward, I'm concerned about the impact of them. For example, the listed impact of cutting band positions is larger group lesson sizes. And band and orchestra lessons have to be scheduled by instrument and by skill level. So you can't just throw people together. So that's going to drastically impact, if you have to do a group lesson, that's going to impact the program very much. I can also say from experience that the way we have it now, we can mostly do individual lessons, and that's great. It's a much better experience for learning an instrument. But with positions being cut, I don't know if that would be possible anymore. The plan also suggests that orchestra and band teachers are interchangeable, especially at the elementary level, and they really aren't. They each have their own expertise, so it would be very bad for the program if that was the way it had to be run from now on. So in Grand Forks, we have an excellent music program that has been nationally recognized on multiple occasions, and these cuts would deal a blow to these great programs. I know that there are many demands on budgets, and everybody has a program that they love, but for me and many others, losing these arts and music programs would limit our educational experience greatly. For many students, these programs help develop creativity, leadership skills, and can help us be prepared to go out into the world. I would like to thank the board for listening to my concerns today. Thank you.
Eli, I just want to comment and say it's not often that we have students come and talk to us. You are very well thought out, very articulate, and you should be very proud of yourself. So thank you for coming and speaking to us today.
Thank you.
Any questions for Eli? Okay, go ahead, Shannon.
Can I ask what music or arts programs and instruments have you been able to take advantage of? When did you start, and how long have you been?
Yeah, so in 5th grade, I started band, and I really enjoyed that, so I actually started orchestra in 6th grade. And then I've also played piano since kindergarten, I believe, so that was just outside of the school district. But I've been involved in music for a long time, so.
Thank you very much, Eli. Next, we'll have Maura and Jonas Ferguson, and then after that is Robert Frazier. And technically, they're 2 different cards, so I will allow 6 minutes. Okay. Maura, can you hit the button? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, my name is Maura Ferguson. I'm a parent of children at Lewis and Clark and Schrader, and I'm also a graduate of Red River High School. I want to begin today by stating that I understand the dire financial situation that you all face. I do. And I understand that there's a big need to tighten purse strings as a result. I commend each of you for taking on this challenge. Your leadership is very needed, and I thank you each for it. I know it's hard on all of you to need to make these decisions regarding reduction in force. I'm here today to express my concern regarding the budget cuts as recommended by the Finance Committee at this meeting. When I learned the extent that arts and humanities would be affected, it made my heart sink. The opportunities afforded to my children through the Artist in the Classroom program, orchestra, band, choir, and SPA are some of the best elements of their Grand Forks Public Schools education, in my opinion. In fact, I met my husband when we were both SPA students, so I truly have a lot of good things in my life that I can take from my time in the program. Had it not been for the arts education afforded to me at Red River, I likely would not have graduated high school. I struggled a lot with mental health and academic performance in high school, but the arts are what kept me wanting to come to school each day. The arts and humanities were my safe space, the place where I excelled, the place where I found my social circle. I believe my well-rounded arts education was the most influential experience I had during my time as a student, and it has a lot to do with my success as an adult. The arts are immensely valuable, not only to my family, but to this community. I can confidently say that the arts community in Grand Forks had a lot to do with my husband and my decision to move back to Grand Forks and start a family here. This community has always been rich in the arts, and much of that can be credited to the education received from art, band, choir, theater, and music teachers in the Grand Forks public school system. I say this to say, it truly saddens me to see these budget cuts disproportionately impact arts and humanities. I worry that cutting such a large proportion of the arts may demonstrate a lack of understanding of the importance of these programs, especially to kids like I was. Though I understand it may not seem like a direct comparison to you, it was especially jarring to me to see so many line items for the arts and so few for athletics. My other main concern is the process to determine and vote on these cuts. Though I do not think this was done on purpose, having the first reading be at the meeting at which these cuts are voted on makes it very difficult for the public to engage in the process and provide comment. Many other decision-making boards, the city, the county, even the state legislature, have multiple readings of items prior to vote as a way to give the public time to be informed of the action, to read and research, and then to provide comment. My understanding is that the budget is typically voted on at first reading with the school board, but I invite you to reconsider that procedure as this impedes public engagement. With the upcoming referendum, public trust in the district is more important now than ever, and I would like to see the school board work to engage the public in a positive way. I would be happy to be part of the solution in whatever way I could be helpful, as I believe there's a real opportunity for positive change in this area. I know this is hard for everyone in the district. I certainly don't have all the answers, but if I know anything, it's that trust, communication, and creativity are always needed to find equitable solutions to difficult problems. The teachers that are proposed to be cut might be some of the most creative thinkers on your staff. I urge you today to table this vote and work with the teachers, parents, students, and general public to find something workable. Thank you. This is my son, Jonas. You wanted to talk too.
My name is Jonas Ferguson, and I am a third grader at Lewis and Clark Elementary School. I'm here today to talk about the budget cuts and give you my perspective as a student. My favorite things about school are math, art, and reading. I am in reading and math enrichment, and it is my favorite time of the week because I get the extra learning and education that I need. If I didn't have enrichment, I would feel like I wouldn't be getting the learning that I need and just be stuck with things I already know, and that would make it hard to pay attention and be interested in learning. I feel that the Artist in the Classroom program is important because it brings out the imagination in everyone and helps me feel that if I make mistakes, then I can make it into something beautiful. I think that skill will help me through my whole life, and if it's cut, then I won't be as imaginative. I have been looking forward to 4th grade orchestra since I started playing violin in 1st grade. In conclusion, please don't take these programs away from me and my peers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I have a question for you. What's your favorite book?
I don't really have favorite books. I just like reading in general.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing with the board your thoughts. Any questions at all? No? Okay, thank you. Next is Robert Frazier, and then after Robert is Ligia Feo. I think I pronounced that right.
Thank you, board members. Dr. Brenner, nice to see you again. I don't know what else to say. These two young men that preceded me kind of said it all and kind of set the standard that I think the Grand Forks School District must uphold. Our youth depends on the decisions that you folks are making. Now, I know they've been hard. I know during this year of COVID, it's been especially hard on you, especially hard on our teachers, and especially hard on our students. And I believe that once we can get back to full in school, that we're going to need these teachers, these programs. I am especially fond of the music programs in both the high school and elementary. I think they're vital to the education of our students. I also want to let you know that I was actively involved with ArtWise a few years ago, and I can see no better program than the Artist in the Classroom. Our Artist in the Classroom program was the envy, I repeat, the envy of every high school and school district in the state of North Dakota. I would appreciate you reconsidering these things, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. After Legia is Yi Han Chu.
I think that the microphone is working. Okay. So I have my timer, so Miss Lynn doesn't have to be timing me. My name is Alicia Fio. I am a special education teacher at Central. Everybody got an email in the board from me, so I want to make a comment to the public. Then I hear that some of the teachers were advised not to talk. That never happened to me. Everybody support that I was coming here as a mom and as a citizen. Then I am worried about the decisions that we are taking today, and everybody encouraged that it was a good idea to come and share my opinion. In addition of being a special education teacher, I am a violin teacher. I am lucky to be Jonas, a violin teacher, and I am a very big supporter of the arts. ArtWise is a very important program for me and my family. But while I knew these programs will have a lot of people that will support them, I am really concerned about the enrichment program, the SWEP program. The kids that participate in that program do not have many opportunities to learn at the level that they need. They need instruction at the level. This is not an extracurricular program. This is an instruction that they need in the classroom. I am glad there is an idea of not cutting the program, but to give it to the teachers. I am a little concerned that the general education teachers will not have the time or the knowledge to work with our kids. It's very important if you are going to do a professional development, as it was promised, it has to be amazing. Still, I think that to implement this program will take a long time. And our kids do not have the time. The kids that are in enrichment right now are in enrichment for 3rd grade to 6th grade. They have opportunities in middle school and high school later to do some acceleration. There are accelerations in elementary too, but they have such a short time, and I do not believe we will have enough time to get the kids the programming that they need. In addition, I think everything that was mentioned about emotional health, these kids that are already having their services in the pull-out opportunities will lose that. And there are also many of the kids that are losing art and music if we lose those programs too. So I am not here asking you not to do the cuts. I am asking you to consider that if we do those cuts, the impact that we will have on the students will be very, very tremendous. And I think that we need to plan to protect our kids. And that's my time.
Any questions?
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. After our next speaker is Will Lovelace. One more time. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. I may go over by 45 seconds. I just want to
That's
forewarn
okay.
everybody.
That's
I timed
okay.
it and I tried. Dear members of the Grand Forks Public School Board, my name is Dr. Yihan Chu. I'm the president of the North Dakota Association for Gifted Children and work as the Academic Support and Fellowship Opportunities Coordinator at the University of North Dakota. I was a social work educator and clinician before I transitioned into these roles, and the comments and opinions below are my own and should be considered to be on behalf, and not to be considered on behalf of NDAGC or UND. I'm deeply saddened to hear that Grand Forks Public School District is considering closing or restructuring the school-wide enrichment program by removing its 3 GT specialists. By removing these specialists and assigning the primary instructional duties to general education classroom teachers who are already overwhelmed by other responsibilities, 1, does not align with the intention of the SWEP model as designed by Renzulli and Reese. 2, does not align with the best practices about who should make key decisions in planning for gifted instruction. 3, does not recognize these students as special education students designated by our North Dakota Century Code. I would like to remind everyone that SWEP is an essential academic program designed to develop student talent to the highest levels. As stated by Renzulli and Reese, academic achievement is at its core. Ending this will have the greatest harm to our brightest students. I've never before been more passionate about any other concern than supporting the needs of students who will be the future leaders in our city, our state, our nation. So passionate that as a parent trying to find support for my children, I decided to earn a PhD in teaching and learning, to understand fully the research in gifted education. So passionate that I took on duties to teach courses in gifted education that would train our gifted education specialists. So passionate that I helped form the North Dakota Association of Gifted Children in 2018 and lead that organization now as its president. Supporting gifted education and its proper implementation is not an act of elitism. It is an act of equity. Gifted education research received 25 cents from the federal government for every 1,000 spent on K-12 general education research. What I'm hearing now that we may remove GT personnel is its equivalent, not in terms of dollars, but in terms of reducing its social capital. NDAGC was recently invited by the North Dakota Department of Public Instruction to update the GT programming guidelines. The draft is now in their hands for review. I had the honor of drafting the foreword for that document that explains why supporting gifted and talented students is so important to me. It is in that foreword I shared a passage from one of my favorite books while in high school, The Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. So in this closing, I want to share my remarks. I am invisible, understand simply because people refuse to see me. Like bodiless heads you see sometimes in circus sideshows, it is as though I have been surrounded by mirrors of hard, distorting glass. When they approach me, they see only my surroundings, themselves, or figments of their imagination. Indeed, everything and anything except me. Ralph Ellison exposes the experience of feeling invisible when others can only see you through the lens of their stereotypes. What makes his writing so remarkable is that while Ellison wrote about the topic of racial identity, he so acutely described the loneliness that cuts through the experience of nuancing identity that anyone who has ever felt alone or invisible could sympathize. Ellison showed that there is nothing more inhumane than to treat others as if they are invisible. Incredibly, there are students who are still invisible in the classroom. We have already made great strides to see the needs of students who have disabilities, who come from different cultural backgrounds, who have limited economic resources, to name a few. We can see better how these students struggle to find belonging in the classrooms. Who would ever believe that a student who thinks faster or more creatively or feels more deeply than others would also struggle to engage the classroom experience? Cloaked in the stereotype that they can take care of themselves without any help, these gifted students are also invisible, an invisible minority in the classroom. So thank you for your time. Any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead, Shannon.
Just a quick comment. I had the privilege of working with Dr. Chu at UND, and although she's not speaking in any official capacity, she is a profound educator within the university system and knows this area very, very well. And so I just want to make clear, I do not take her words lightly. And I think, the research that she put forth to all of us in email is something that should be looked at if you haven't had a chance to look at it yet. It's full of very good data and information. So I would encourage the board to take a look at that if they have an opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. After Will is Jean O'Neill.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Will Lovelace. Just some background. I went through Grand Forks Public Schools. I've lived here my whole life. And I actually have a baby coming due here in the summer and look forward to them going through Grand Forks Public Schools. Many of the people here have already expressed the benefits of arts education, so I'm not going to presume to be more of an expert than those teachers and present students. I did want to point out that public education benefits the entire community, regardless of their class or wealth. So a defunding of that public education inherently just increases inequality and injustice, so we need to really not do that. Really, we shouldn't be talking about defunding or lowering our funding of public education. We should be arguing about how much we're going to fund it. And I understand the board is dealing with cuts, and that's very difficult. But just looking at the amount of people that showed up today, and others have brought this up, like use us, and I know you guys are advocating for us at the state. Use us, get us to do stuff. We're all in this together. Several teachers of mine are on this board, or in the audience. This is our community. We're all in this together. Sorry, I took notes on my phone here.
It's okay. You can be on your phone during class.
I also, lowering the number of teachers or defunding the amount of that we're putting into teachers just puts more work on the existing teachers, and it burns them out. We talked about not mentioning names like Katie Larson, but I don't think she's unique. Many teachers would probably be described in the same way. They're doing things that they're not being compensated for, and it's all this invisible work that we need to recognize. So, and I just wanted to point out, we're talking about building an $86 million school, and that's fine if we need that. I also don't propose to know that much about that, but I just wanted to point out that schools don't do a lot of good if they're not full of teachers. So I think we need to remember that. And if the state does, choose not to invest in our children here in Grand Forks, I think we do need to come together and find out how we can invest in those children. At the same time, pointing out to the state that we do need their funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Jean O'Neill is next, and then Cassandra Gregoire.
Hello, I'm going to be quick. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I just feel like I really need to. I have been teaching for Artists in the Classroom program since 1999, and I know I'm an artist and a teacher, and art is one of human beings' major methods of communication since prehistoric times. There's art and language and music and math. I think all are ways of describing our world, and art is one of the very important ones. In fact, it is one of the few that there are no right answers. So if you give a project to a student to do, there are a lot of problems they have to solve, and there are no ways you can tell them how to do that exactly. And you give them all kinds of ways, and they look at you blankly, and then they start to think, well, maybe, and sometimes they end up turning it upside down. There's all sorts of ways that they can make it right, make it work for them, and it's not that easy to plan these lessons, and I just know that teachers are really overworked, and they don't have time to lie awake at night thinking about how am I going to teach a student to hold a brush and brush it outward. What lesson can I make that will really make that fun? And they just, and the paint, the cleanup, the prep, everything, there's just so much time involved that I'm worried. And it's not that I'm so much worried about my job, because I'm getting close to the end of my career, but I'm worried about the students in Grand Forks going forward without people thinking hard about how to teach them art and how to let them find out how to do it. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Shannon?
Hello.
Thank you.
What was it? What? Sorry.
I said thank you.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Gregoire. I teach with the Artists in the Classroom program. I also have a daughter and a son in Grand Forks. My daughter has dyslexia, and so she's really smart and she's really expressive, but she really struggles with learning to read. And by 4th grade, which is where she is, that kind of affects everything. And she loves her teachers, and when given the opportunity, do you want to do distance learning or do you want to be in person? She said, I would miss my teachers. Mm-hmm. And she misses the other kids too, obviously, but she loves her teachers. And she still hates going to school pretty much every day is a battle. And she cried, and now I'm getting emotional, but she cried when I told her that that was a proposed cut, because she loves it, and that's her way to express herself, and that's one of the days that I can say, honey, it's an art day though. Oh, okay, and then she has this together. And it's not my daughter only that I'm talking about here, because I work with, I think it was probably the last year, about close to 1,000 students throughout the whole year. And there's a handful in every class that they don't necessarily excel in everything, but they can excel in this, like we've all kind of been saying. So they come in and they can problem solve and they can find success in something and get themselves motivated to go to school. And they can, and as somebody who has struggled with anxiety throughout my life, they can, find an outlet to get, or help alleviate that stress and anxiety. And so that is why I think it is important. And I think that I do have to say that it's not about business. It's about my daughter's life. It's about these kids' lives and who they're going to be when they grow up. And that, to me, doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what career choice that they're going to make, but that is who they are. And if you cut something like the Artists in the Classroom program and you take all of these fundamentals that we already have in place away, they don't, when are you going to be able to put it back together the same way? And that is, I guess, to me, a really sad thing to think that we would lose that for all of these kids who need that. And so I guess that is what I was going to say, so thank you.
Go ahead, Shannon.
So you said that you are one of the artists that do the Artists in the Classroom, and so just as a question in terms of your preparation time outside of class, what is your estimated amount of effort towards planning, preparing, and then even cleanup afterwards?
Well, like right now, even though I'm not in the classroom, I spend most of the week prepping for my lessons and setting. I start as soon as my kids leave, and then I just work on creating videos and content and researching things. And when I'm in the classroom, I would be there most of the day, and then I would, a couple hour, or an hour, hour and a half after, like, my day was usually done by 2:30, sometimes closer to 3, but usually done by about 2:30, so that teachers could wrap up at the end of the day. And then I would go until 4:30 or 5 and prep stuff. So, I don't know, and then I think about it all the time, so, yes.
Thank you.
Was I the last one? Should I shut the button off?
That would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, I will offer if there's any last citizen comments. Okay. Okay. Would you state your name again, just for the record? There you go.
Hi, I'm Jamie Tellman. I just wanted to respond because I won't say the person's name I spoke of earlier, but I will say that that person gave me permission to speak about them today, and they were told by their principal on March 30th that they might not have a job due to budget cuts, and that they would find out on April 15th after this board meeting and after this vote. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sure. You just appeared out of a doorway, so I didn't know. So if you would just state your name, and then after you're done, could you fill out a blue card to just so we have it on record who you are?
Yep, no problem.
You can do that after you're done.
He did fill out a card,
Oh,
but that
perfect.
was my
Yeah.
error.
Okay. Go ahead.
First off, I would just like to apologize for looking like I just kind of rolled around in the mud. My
okay.
excuse would be that I just came here from track, but young man, Mr. Eli Zier, also came from track, and he is looking much better than I am, so I can't really use that as an excuse. First off, my name is Tanner Schiller, and I am a student at Red River, and I was just recently elected as president of next year's student council. And so when I heard about these proposed budget cuts, I felt like I could use my newfound voice to voice my concerns and voice the concerns of my fellow students who might not be very comfortable with coming up and just saying these things. I've been involved with the arts department like throughout this district as a whole for almost my entire elementary and up until now. I've been in SPA since 2nd grade. I am in choir right now. I've been in 3 years of German, and I like art and just all that kind of stuff. First off, I would like to talk about the artist in the classroom. Mrs. O'Neill, I don't know if she's still in the room. She was my artist in the classroom teacher, and even though I don't currently take any art classes, that was still one of my favorite things to do as a child, or as an elementary schooler, and I know it was many other kids' favorite thing to do. And I still have many of those projects that we worked on in class, and it was just something I could always look forward to, and for that to be cut would just be super sad. Going to music, one thing I saw is in school lessons with teachers could be cut, and the solution would be to move them to before and after school. Well, I know that for most students that simply would not work, because most students who are involved and would want to do a voice lesson simply couldn't do that after school, because there are multiple music programs that go after school, or they simply are involved in other activities. I like to take advantage of these lessons. I did one to work on my audition for our talent show competition, Rider Idol, and I feel like if I hadn't gotten an opportunity like that, I wouldn't have been able to get in. Another thing, the foreign languages. It's extremely beneficial for kids to learn foreign languages as they're growing up, and as kids get older, it gets harder and harder to do because your brain is so hardwired for English. And so when I saw that one thing was possibly cutting funding in middle school, that's a much easier time for kids to get attached to or started on learning a language compared to high school, which it's obviously still possible in high school, and I'm enrolled in my 3rd year of German, but it's much easier to do, and it exposes them to foreign languages much younger. And lastly, I just want to say how the fine arts department as a whole is like, it's just such a huge community, and seeing various funding from various places within that taken away would I think it would have a very bad effect on many students. I have met some of my best friends through the fine arts department, and for a lot of kids in there, that is the only activities that they're involved in at school. They don't do sports or any other activities. Fine arts is pretty much all they have. And so to have the funding for that reduced and just not have some of the opportunities that they do now, that would take away a big thing and a big part of a lot of kids' lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tanner, just 1 second. I appreciate you as a student coming and talking to us. You're right, Mr. Zier is dressed a little nicer than you, but we won't hold it against you. I think we brought on student representatives to this board for a reason, because we want more engagement from our students, and we appreciate asking for their perspective. I did allude to this at a future board meeting or a previous board meeting, but I think it would be really awesome if there's a way where we can engage with the student groups and student leaderships in different ways. And I would love for you to encourage more students to come to the board and tell us about your experiences. So if you're in a leadership role to do that, I would be really proud to see more students here. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm not president yet. That'll be next year. But once I am able to be in a leadership role, I will do my best to convince kids to come to meetings like this and have their voices heard.
Great.
So thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions for Tanner? Go ahead, Jackie.
My thing doesn't work. Okay, thank you. And so mine's really more of a comment. It's just that I'm so impressed with the students that we've heard from, not just today, but we've gotten a number of emails as well from students who've reached out to us. And I think this is what I was so passionate about when I first started to want to run for school board, is getting students involved. And it was student topics that drove me to come here and to be at the board table. And so I hope that when we all can catch our breath a little bit, that maybe we find some creative ways. Maybe it's part of something that we do at a workshop to engage students at a deeper level, because I think that's where all the magic is, and I think we're seeing that today. I mean, and through students, we're seeing how wonderful our district is, because how wonderful is it that it's their love for their teachers that's really driving them to come and speak. So thank you again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Welsh.
Hi, I'm Naomi Welsh, 2303 Belmont Road. You've all heard from me multiple times. Cynthia, I'm really sorry I sent you 10 emails in a row. That was an accident. So you only have to read one. My son Evan is watching from San Francisco on live stream. Hi, Evan. And he's encouraged me to come up and say something. Although I told him I already gave all my words to the board, he wanted me to say something too. I taught orchestra in this school district a number of years ago. For a while, Dr. Brenner was my Wilder principal. I know Jody Thompson was my Valley principal. Since then, I've been teaching cello in the area and running Northern Valley Youth Orchestras. Eli's a wonderful representative of our program and a great kid. When I looked at this list, I just really couldn't believe it. It just seems so uncreative to me. You have so many wonderful creative teachers in this district. Ask them, how can we make this work? And I feel that that wasn't done. I feel that you've put so much hard work into this year, right? How many hours have you spent in this room? I've sometimes had to go to bed because I was watching the school board meeting. We went too late. And I know you've all poured so many hours of time. Imagine the teachers and how many hours they've put in. And I ask you, at the end of a year like that, when you're asked to cut $3.2 million, why would you offer to cut 4.4? in a way that impacts the livelihood of people who put everything into this last year. I don't understand it. I know that we as a community are better than that. I know that we all know that we owe our teachers so much over this past year. I just urge you to back off, say, hey, we only wanted to cut 3.2. We don't need to fire these teachers. We don't need to cut all the arts and humanities our kids are going to need. I have 3 children who've gone through this district, almost. I have one who's a junior at Central. Band, choir, orchestra, spa, those are the things that are keeping her going this year. My son was a presidential scholar representing Grand Forks, North Dakota in CTE, in technical. And he named his Latin teacher, Lori Hallfield, as his best teacher. When he won his Coca-Cola Scholars Award, national honor, Lori Hallfield, Latin teacher at Central High School, is who he named as his most influential teacher. I am here today because my mother was a French professor and my father, who is a Lutheran pastor, met doing an opera together at the University of Minnesota. He was singing, she was directing. The arts have always been part of my life, and they should be part of the lives of every child in this district. And I don't know how I can stand up and say I'm proud to live in Grand Forks if the budgets on this list do not change. So please, please do better for our community. Please do better for our teachers. Please do better for our students. Please do better for all of us. Thank you.
Is there any questions for Ms. Welsh? Okay, thank you.
I know you've all heard what I have to say, but thank you for listening again.
Okay. Thank you. For those in this room, there is a delay, so if you're wondering why they're clapping for a pause, that's, okay. So we will move on to the item memorandum from the Finance Committee and subsequent information. Dr. Brenner.
First of all, I want to thank and echo the thanks of the board for everybody who has been here to visit with us tonight, speak to us tonight. The way the world is right now, the landscape across the country, everything is pretty sharp, everything is pretty mean, and everything is pretty vicious. But what I've witnessed and have been a part of this evening truly is the democratic process. I'm so appreciative of how you've come to the microphone, not only to express your passion, but to express your passion with something to support your passion as well, i.e. data and research and the experience that kids have shared as well. So I just want to thank you all for that. I also want to indicate that we need to make a little space in the back. I'm not kicking anybody out, but there might be some 6-foot encroachment because we do want our principals who are here to be in the room to be part of this conversation as well. So reductions are complex, and by the way, the memo is on page 49 in your packet, and I'm going a little off script right now. They're complex because we have facility issues that we're dealing with. We have a forthcoming referendum. We're attempting to reduce our overall footprint to gain some expenses moving forward. A referendum will be helpful. It will allow us to reset where our budget needs to be relative to facilities. A 10 mil increase will help us with our capital projects every year. Having said that, that's not quite enough. And I never wanted to be in a position as a superintendent to talk about people and programs. My wife and I came here 26 years ago, and we've elected to stay because of the rich diversity within our school district. And I'm talking about diversity from the experience, the student experience, what our community has to offer. And it's basically all the programs that we're talking about. So just because a recommendation is made doesn't mean there isn't a heavy heart with that recommendation. And I'm not asking for sympathy, but I'm trying to convey empathy in what we're about to discuss. Mrs. Welsh just asked why 4.4 million when the directive was 3.2 coming out of Finance Committee. We've looked at our finances looking out over the next 5 years, and it's pretty grim. By the end of June 30th, we'll have 2 weeks of operating expenses. Not too many school districts ever experience that. In a $108 million budget, that's a pretty big deal. So if we don't reconcile our budget, we're really going to have some financial issues, tremendous financial issues that I don't know how else can be reconciled. So it's a combination of increasing revenue and decreasing expenditures. 87% of our expenditures are people. We've looked at that other 13% and we've refined and refined and refined, and there's just no more to trim on that final 13%. This year is a bargaining year. We want to be able to offer something for people who have done heroic things during the pandemic. I can share with you, if we stay at 3.2 million, there won't be anything on the table for our staff, and that doesn't feel very good either. So it's balancing all of those things as we move forward. Now I'll get to page 49. Attached to you will find all the information the Finance Committee reviewed that included a cover memo, financial information, and the budget reductions in specific content or program areas. Important to note is that between early retirements and resignations, 37 certified staff will be leaving the district. That was as of last week. To date, we have posted 7 positions, so you can see that we've attempted to capture as many reductions through attrition as possible. Additionally, we fully understand that reductions come at the cost of people's livelihoods and professions, and to some degree, the student experience. So to that end, we have labored over this process for the last few months. It's also important to note that reductions don't necessarily equate to program elimination, but rather program refinement. While not all in the public will agree with decisions, we know that we can't maintain nor accrue a workable fund balance if expenditures and revenues remain in the same pattern. Our recent financial audit suggested as much. Business Manager Scott Berge has reported on several occasions that our ending fund balance on June 30th, 2021 will be 2 weeks' worth of operating expenses. I'm sorry I repeated that. As a reminder, part of our strategic plan addresses the following: long-term financial planning. Grand Forks Public Schools will develop sustainable long-term financial plan. This effort is dependent upon federal, state, and local funding sources aligned with federal and state education mandates. One of our speakers tonight, was it Mr. Nish? Am I saying that correctly? Frisch. Mr. Frisch indicated tonight that we ought to go to the state and tap into the legacy fund. That has been the call to armor for many of us, lobbying the legislature for those funds. And I can share with you the experiences. There's not an appetite, for whatever reason, to open up that checkbook for K-12 education. As a matter of fact, with ESSER $2 coming our way, ESSER $3 coming our way, that have limitations to expenditures, there's almost this notion that you've got some other capital coming your way, so why should we give you more? And some of us are very afraid that what's going to come out of the legislature this year is a 0% in year 1 and a 0% in year 2. If we get 1 and 1, great. It's something. But right now it's at 0 and 0. I haven't had an update from today. So I'm going to skip over the rest of the strategic plan piece and get into the final couple of paragraphs. While many have championed their position or program, very few have offered alternatives. I will say ArtWise has offered a few different scenarios. Our orchestra people came together and said we can work with a 1 FTE reduction and still make 4th grade orchestra work. Thanks to Jeff Seablum and his colleagues for reconciling that and figuring that out. That was a great win-win for us. There have been suggestions to use ESSER funds for the short term. However, we have yet to receive a response with confidence from the Department of Public Instruction on whether or not a specific program, such as Artist in the Classroom, may be supplanted with ESSER dollars, as it doesn't directly fit the learning loss criteria. So to that end, ESSER funds must be spent prior to reimbursement submittal, and we would be left with a district expenditure if our application for reimbursement would be denied. Below, you will find ESSER funding criteria we've been able to glean from DPI and through the North Dakota Council of Educational Leaders. One, this is one-time funding that has an end date. Two, learning loss is 20% of ESSER expenditures. And three, North Dakota legislators are very concerned about what school districts are going to spend ESSER dollars on. Conversations we've heard basically from our legislators have said, don't tie any of that money up into people. It's not sustainable. And that message is hammered weekly on calls that I'm on. So just to use the Artisan Classroom as an example, not to pick on, but just as an example, using ESSER funds for the next 3 years commits a total of $180,000 a year times 3 years, $540,000. The opportunity cost is what we'd have 540 fewer dollars to use for other needs if ESSER didn't come through for us. So it's a bit of a gamble. So administrative recommendation at this point is for the full board to approve the Finance Committee's recommendation to reduce the 2021-22 budget by $4.5 million. Scott, is there anything you wanted to add from a budget perspective?
No, Dr. Brennan, I think you covered it. I did hear a little bit about the funding bill today, and I think on the Senate side, they're hoping to move forward with a 1% increase in the per pupil funding for each of the 2 years, with a minimum of 70% of that 1% going to non-administrative salaries is what I've heard. And so it's going back to committee, so I think there's still a fair amount of work left. So in our case, the 1% would be about $650,000 is what we would be talking there. And in regards to the ESSER funds, there's still not a lot of clarity there. Actually, I was in a conversation last week where potentially the legislators may take between 83 and I think 120 some dollars per pupil across the entire state and use it to upgrade their STARS software program. So, so there may be some reductions out of the ESSER funds that the state may do some things differently with. So, a ways to go yet on having full knowledge of the ESSER funds, or even the 1% increase is not a guarantee on the per pupil payment.
Open up to board members for discussion. Cynthia.
So my comment again is timing. We're looking in the packet, page 52. It was moved by Flynn and seconded by Palmasino to recommend the full level of budget reductions as recommended by the district administration to the school board at its April 12th meeting. We are at that April 12th meeting. According to North Dakota School Boards Association reduction in force non-renewal timeline and recommended procedures, the suggested timeline for that should have been given to us. The board should have identified the scope January, February. So that would have meant the board and the finance committee should have been recommending to the board a $4.3 million ask at that point, January, February. And then the district would be working through that. And then we would be hearing about these March 1st through the 15th. We are at April 12th, just getting this $4.2 million. Now, I did ask Scott Berge today, was the board part of the decision in making the scope of that ask? Because when I called the attorney for the North Dakota School Boards Association, that was the question that she asked me. The board, she said, had to decide the scope of the RIF. And, I just felt like, I said, I don't feel like I'm a sleeping board member. I feel like I pretty much pay attention, and I couldn't answer that question. So I reached out, and so this, to me, shows us that the timing is a little bit rushed. And I am very passionate about the arts. I've not hidden that to anybody. I'm a strong supporter of the arts. I also recognize as a school board member that we desperately need money and that we can't continue to do what we're doing. My concern is that I don't feel that it's been as transparent as maybe people think it has been. Unfortunately, I think some people do have some good ideas and could weigh in on some other options. Now, when I've gotten calls, people have shared other ideas, and granted, they're not all of them are not feasible. But I think I'm really concerned about the time frame.
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up question maybe for you, Scott, or any administrators. If we had come to the board on March 1st, I'm assuming that would have been before we knew about a lot of retirements or people leaving the district. And so the RIF number probably would have been much higher at that point. I'm wondering how much factor does that play into it? It doesn't sound like it's state law that it has to come to that. That's the suggestion. But I'm wondering, does that factor into this if we're waiting to see attrition before we decide to RIF people?
Yes, that certainly was a factor, and as was in the consent agenda today were several resignations, and so we certainly didn't want to jump the gun, and these have been very difficult conversations over the last week with individuals that that have been talked to, and we didn't want to go through that and then all of a sudden have a variety of individuals that resign or leave the district. And from the perspective of budget reductions, we've been talking about this a long time. We had our first meeting with principals and directors in early December. We had a finance committee meeting on December 8th, and there have been a lot of different conversations going on. Even 2 years ago, when we were really at the beginning of teacher contract negotiations, I did a presentation on our financial situation and trended things forward for the next 2 years, using only a 1.5% increase for salaries for these last 2 years. And that would have put our fund balance at about $8.2 million. Well, with the raises that we have had in that 3% range, that puts us at about $5.8 million, even based on projections from a couple of years ago. So, month after month, we're looking at general fund balances several $1 million in decline from the previous year and 2 years ago. So, we're at the point where we have to make some very difficult decisions. But there have been a variety of finance committee meetings, and I see some of our principals in the back of the room. But we had at least 5 2-hour meetings with principals and directors, and I know there were a variety of other meetings, between Jody and Catherine and principals and directors, and a lot of other internal discussion and some things that I'm sure I haven't been included on. We're at that point where if we get to the end of June and we have 2 weeks of money in the account, what if we don't make reductions, if we don't make decisions, what do we do? Do we reduce everybody's pay by 3.5% next year and continue on with everything as is? Because that's about what it would take in order to cash flow things for next year at this point. And I'm not trying to be harsh. It is emotional, and I do appreciate the comments tonight. These are very tough decisions because they involve our staff, our coworkers, and involve our students. And so there's nothing more difficult than that, but we have to make some decisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I should state before I speak to the artist in the classroom is I do have a daughter that did participate as one of the artists in the classroom. What I'd like to publicly say is, as a member of this board, I really try to know that I represent everyone, and what has happened with people that I know as family should not influence my thinking here, and I would hope that I do that. And if anybody should see that differently, I certainly wish that they would approach me. So I want to make that very clear that I do have a daughter that did participate in the artist in classroom. I had a very nice conversation with Mr. Frisch. I had a very nice conversation with Ms. Doreen, and they were polar conversations. You have the business view and you have the passion view. It's almost like left brain, right brain. And here as a board member, I listen to both of them. I say, what wonderful people who have called me and been most polite and caring to their passion. And I will tell you, when I think about orchestra, and it doesn't surprise me with Mr. Seablum, as you know, I was a former teacher administrator, they found a solution. I really would hope that we could find a solution for our youngsters in the school so they can exercise the right brain in a manner. So it's not Phi-Ed and recess, it's something else that engages them. I'm not saying we keep artists in the classroom fully funded. I'm trying to find some sort of a compromise. And again, I am not the expert. I know time is limited. I know we have experts who could perhaps sit down, as we had a proposal, who could sit down and pull something together. And I guess I would end with just a question. I know that in your meeting there was a motion to reduce the artists in the classroom from 185,000 to 100,000, and then that was rescinded. That was withdrawn. And I don't know if that's something, again, this is my Robert's Rules question, is that something that can be discussed? Why was that removed or withdrawn? Or if there's anything you could share with me. So I'd just like to share that with everyone.
If I can.
Yep.
Yeah, so Amber made that motion. I seconded the motion, but with the sole intention of articulating a rationale for not putting forth some arbitrary point for budget reduction. And with it, I strongly encouraged the administration to hear out the Artists in the Classroom group to find out whether they could reduce their budget or come up with a solution that would be a saver, you know? Federal funding, grant funding, other sources of funding on top of a budget reduction. That was persuasive enough that Amber and I, were able to just decide, and the committee decided to rescind that, to send it forward with the encouragement to explore ESSER dollars, to explore other funding opportunities, and to actually do the work to come up with solutions, and potentially save a program that our district in no other way can satisfy that caliber of a program. That is not to say that our teachers aren't qualified to teach art. I understand they are, but that is different. It's just different. So, and to follow up on that, I understand and have had conversations with the Artists in the Classroom and ArtWise, and I understand that they have a proposal where they could actually provide the same caliber program for less than half of the budget that is in front of us. And I'm trying to understand whether our district is really meeting them halfway and engaging with them at that level, because the numbers are off and the proposal is off, and either it's a communication breakdown, but I think there was opportunity, and I hope the committee, emphasized that. We wanted to see efforts towards satisfying a budget cut, but saving that quality of programming in the district. So that was the reason for the rescission to that motion, was to really say, we're not going to put parameters here. We want to see in good faith an effort towards saving this program, either through budget reduction exercises or outside sources of funds being presented, with a timeline for how we can maintain this program.
Thank you.
Dr. Brenner, do you want to comment on if there's any changes or updates?
Sure. I'll defer to Mr. Thompson.
Shannon, I did follow up with Lori Matsky. She's the Assistant Director of Title I Programming at the state. I'll just read you a summary of what our conversation was, because there has been some talk about using federal funds. So just read you some of the talking points. Lori said there's still lots of gray area in guidance from Department of Education on allowable uses of ESSER funds. DPI is awaiting more specific guidance from DOE within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Matsky believes DOE will either take a narrow or broad interpretation of what ESSER funds can be used for. She reminded me that there are 2 criteria for allowable uses at this point. One is to address the learning loss, the other is COVID-related expenses. So since there wasn't clear guidance, in the next 2 or 3 weeks, if the Department of Ed doesn't specifically address arts in their guidance, DPI would reach out to our representative in Washington, D.C. and ask specifically about our Artist in the Classroom program. I did meet with Kayla Erickson. Kayla is the director of our Encore program, which is our after-school program in all of our elementary schools except Kelly and Twining. And she did say that they would look at using $40,000 of 21st century funds to support Artists in the Classroom, but it's still short of funding the entire program and short of even saving Mary's position. So we're still short significantly on the number of dollars that would be available to keep, at the very minimum, Mary employed in the program, and about $120,000 left to fund the entire program.
So, I mean, you're still operating off of an old budget, and from what I understand, that budget has been refined to an extent that we're talking about $77,000 to $80,000 the program could be operated, and it would be removing a director role but having a part-time person coordinating it to some degree. It would involve still having these artists on and in our classrooms and developing this standards-based art curriculum and executing on it too. So to me, it still sounds like there's a gap, that we're not talking to each other and really understanding, you know, one, the budget has been reduced. And it sounds like if $40,000 is a possibility, then we have a $30,000 gap, which is fairly insignificant in the grand scheme of things, is what I'm hearing.
Well, we're still obligated to Mary because she is a teaching employee. So she has a contract. So that's $105,000 with salary and benefits. So I don't know where the $77,000 comes in.
Well, maybe there should be a conversation then to understand that, because I've had these conversations, and it sounds like from an art-wise perspective, they have some solutions and some opportunities, and that was the encouragement, was to have administration work with those folks to find out, you know, what are the options, what are the opportunities. So I'm just, it sounds like that didn't happen fully. It sounds like there's still kind of, we're on two different lanes with this program in particular.
I'll just step in and say the Artist in the Classroom, ArtWise Board of Directors submitted an Artist in the Classroom rationale statement, and they sent it to the board members. We received a hard copy. And then at the Finance Committee, we also asked for the district to try to come up with some creative ways to retain that program, as that was the only program that was slated for elimination. There were other suggestions that reworked different programs, and you know, there were iterations of SWEP, you know, potentially one could say that that's being eliminated, but it's being done in a different way, and there's still some positions retained. So the Artist in the Classroom rationale statement even says in their budget that they provided that Grand Forks Public School District paid $166,979, and ArtWise donated $23,500. So if we're operating on those numbers that they provided, which we can confirm, further down they also listed out 3 options. Okay, so we've seen these options. I think the district has seen these options. In the Finance Committee meeting, the reason why, which was how I know it to be explained, that Artists in the Classroom was slated for elimination, was that there's a difference between art integration is part of the curriculum and a core part of the curriculum. And because it's not necessarily required as part of the core, that was a first consideration in terms of an academic program. But then it comes in the middle of the curriculum day. So we tasked administration, we tasked principals of looking at their budget. And certainly, Mr. Onstead, since you're in the audience, I certainly don't want to throw you under the bus or ask you to come to the mic and explain your rationale on behalf of all the elementary principals. But I think it would be, for those that weren't at the finance committee, Mr. Thompson, because you oversee the elementary portion, I think it would be helpful to identify and explain to the rest of the members of the committee the rationale of why artists in the classroom, from a district level or administrative perspective, was given the rationale to say, well, maybe it's not part of the core curriculum, or here's how it is completed as a program during the school year, and then also we have to make cuts. So how do we marry those two? I think we all have some touch of art, and why these programs are important. I think we could all advocate for a piece of that. As Chris said, we're also on the board and have to make some of these decisions. But I think it would be helpful for the other members of this board to identify the rationale from a district perspective of why that was maybe slated to be cut as a program. And then is there an opportunity to look at the one of three options that has been proposed to save a program?
So actually, Mr. Onstead is here to speak on behalf of the elementary principals, so you're not throwing him under the bus. But so as Kevin comes to the podium, I will say one of the things that principals talked about, one of the things that elementary principals talked about is 185,000 is 3 classroom teachers. So if elementary principals had to choose between maintaining artists in the classroom or losing 3 classroom teachers, I'm sorry, it would be artists in the classroom. Also, art is not required by the Department of Public Instruction to be taught at the elementary level. So those were 2 main criteria. Now, Mr. Onstead might have other rationale that the elementary principals talked about in some of the sidebar conversations, but those were the 2 main ones that the elementary principals talked about in my meetings with them.
Thank you, Amber. In a perfect world, we wouldn't be talking about any of these, correct? And that would be our preference, is if we could continue to operate as normal and provide all of the systems and all the programs that we can provide, because they're all wonderful. And all the testimony we've heard tonight, we all agree. It'd be great if we could continue operating like that. But we were given a task to reduce 10%. And we have to start with large ticket items. We're not going to get to that 10% by cutting our supply budget at Phoenix for teachers to use daily. That's going to be a very small amount of money that we're talking about. We have to talk about salary and positions, because that's the only way we're going to accomplish this large task in front of us. And Mr. Thompson's correct. If we are going to ask our elementary colleagues if they would rather have lower class size in their classrooms or larger class size and keep extra programs or additional programs that may not be required, and I caution about using the word extra because it's integrated into the curriculum. But Mr. Thompson's right. We do have a requirement to provide art at the elementary level, but it's 40 minutes per week, and it can be provided by a classroom teacher. The fact that we have the artists in classroom is a bonus. It's a wonderful thing. It's a great program. None of us dispute the fact that we have wonderful people in those programs providing that service to our kids. We, as a group, have to start somewhere with the cuts that we have to make. So we are tasked with a really difficult decision to make about all of our programs. I would say the same thing about our enrichment program. We would all love to keep our enrichment program at functioning at where it's at right now, but we don't just see that as an option. We had conversations in our building with our team leaders, and we had another team leader meeting today, and I asked them, because I told them I was coming to the board meeting tonight, and I asked them for their blessing and said, I want to make sure you guys are all okay, that I share that our team leaders were unanimous in what we've recommended administratively for reductions, and they were, without question. That does not mean they don't value those programs, they don't value those colleagues. But we have to make those decisions as leaders. That's what we're paid to do. It's not fun, but it is something that we are required to do. I don't know if that helps at all, or...
Mr. Onstad, I appreciate the work that you do. I haven't heard any concerns in terms of your engagement with your team leaders and your individuals at your school. I have heard concerns and voiced that not everybody met your caliber of follow-through on the process in terms of engaging individuals in the classroom to really understand the approach. So in terms of talking through artists in the classroom initially, I think we need to move off of this backwards pointing that the budget was $180,000, because that's not what's been proposed on a forward going. So if we point back and say 180,000 is 3 positions, and artists in the classroom comes and says, we can do the same caliber of work for half that price, that argument doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so it's not 3 positions anymore. Now it's a question of, all right, so we have a choice between having teachers now try to recreate what they do really well, artists in the classroom, that's what they do. And so now we're looking at a $77,000 savings, but it's not a true $77,000 savings or $80,000 savings, because if we're gonna have teachers fill that gap, now their time, and we're gonna have to provide supplies on top of it to enrich to the same quality, unless what I'm hearing is we're not gonna replace what we're cutting in terms of quality, and that's not what I think I'm hearing. What I think I'm hearing is we can satisfy what artists in the classroom did, it's just on our teachers to do it. Is that how you understand what will happen?
That's not what I said.
I didn't ask that if that's what you said.
Okay.
So what do you understand then is the plan if artists in the classroom goes away?
That responsibility would go back to the classroom teacher, and I do not think it would be at the same quality as what we have currently. But the classroom teacher would have to provide that 40-minute lesson each week to honor the DPI requirement for art in an elementary classroom.
Is there going to be more supplies provided to do that, or time?
We haven't had those conversations. Currently, we still have a program. So we haven't had those conversations.
So, but we've talked about cutting, but not how we might fill that gap.
Correct.
Supplies are part of the $185,000 that we've talked about, so there are already supply costs that we are incurring as a district.
Yeah, so when you say you're saving $185,000, but we're actually going to take some of that and still hold on to it in the budget for supplies, so the net out is not $185,000, it's something less than that we're saving. Assuming that we're going to provide supplies for teachers to fulfill their 40-minute a week requirement.
It would depend on what the art looks like under the differences with our classroom teachers providing that content.
And Shannon, I'll give you another example of, in our budget reduction process, Mr. Thompson and I, in our staffing meetings, also identified, I'll give you an example of something that I've shared with our staff, and they know about this conversation, and so Jody and I have talked about the fact that Phoenix is also reducing 1 FTE, because elementary was tasked with reducing 4 FTEs at our level. And we are reducing 1 FTE at Phoenix by having a combination classroom next year. And so it doesn't just, I don't want to make it seem like it's just one program or a couple programs that we're identifying. We're also reducing a full classroom teacher position because of our loss of our resident teacher program. The Grand Forks Public Schools, unfortunately, has eliminated, Grand Forks Public Schools and the University of North Dakota have eliminated the resident teacher program going forward for next year because we lost UND's financial support for that program. That's a pretty significant event. within that budget process, we're able to gather some savings within our budget process. So that was part of our process as well.
What do you mean by combination classroom?
So at Phoenix, we have 12 sections. Next year, we'll be operating it with 11 sections. So we are a 12-section school, 2 sections at each grade level, 2K, 2-1, 2-2, et cetera, all the way up to 5th. Next year, instead of having 4 sections between first and second grade, we'll have 3. We'll have 1 first grade, 1 second grade, and a combination classroom first and second grade combination, thus eliminating 1 full-time teacher position without reduction in force, by attrition because we're losing the resident teacher program, which those teachers are only contracted for 1 year.
So are you able to carry that forward?
Yes. Yes, that'll be a long-term carry-forward plan. I would love for Dr. Brenner and Catherine and Jody to say, after 1 year of savings, we get back to 12 sections the next year. But it'll depend on class size.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And it'll
I mean,
depend
you
on how
can't-
many we have for enrollments. Right now, those numbers work out in our favor, where we can combine and not have classes of 25, for example.
Yeah, and this was something we talked about at the finance meeting,
Mhm.
and I pointed out we can't treat those as cuts because they're dependent on enrollment. If you have more students come in, it's a temporary cut.
I see your point, yes.
It's a cut by,
Correct.
fruition and
Sure.
fact rather than a true cut.
Sure.
So I appreciate the
Mhm.
analogy, and I appreciate that was happening, and
Yep.
I did recognize that, and I do think that's an impact.
But for an administrator, that one of the most common questions I hear from you as a parent is, how many kids are going to be in my son or daughter's classroom? Because they want to know, as a parent, how many other children are going to be there demanding that teacher's time, and how much individual attention is my child going to get in that classroom, which they deserve, right? And, a couple other comments I'd just like to make sure that I think everybody thinks about. We are really worried about learning loss because of COVID and what the challenges are going to present to us. It's hard for me not to think about all of those children that are going to need intervention and are going to need support, either social emotional support or academic support. Those programs will definitely help us do that, but there are other programs as well, like the ESSER dollars for learning loss, that we're going to need to potentially create some positions. Our team leaders talked about today the possibility of interventionists. So an academic interventionist providing intervention support. And I think that's what we have to look forward down the road, that we don't confuse that if something happens during these really difficult times, and then later on we're adding a position here or there, if we're using ESSER funds to add that position because of the need, because of the academic focus of learning loss, I don't want people to misconstrue that publicly by, those are some tough decisions you had to make, and now you're adding people later on.
I mean, and that's kind of my concern, and that was a concern that I voiced at the finance committee early on, is you get into a death spiral in these types of scenarios when you don't have a goal in mind with your cuts. Because, what we're talking about doing is we're cutting positions to save, but then we're talking about, in one breath, we're saying we're not going to apply ESSER funds, we're encouraged not to attach it to people. But then I'm hearing a message that, we might attach it to people down the road, and we're going to add interventionists. And I share your concern that when students come back after this, there's going to be a lot of need and a lot of attention from the teachers in the classroom. And generally, my concern with the overarching plan here for cuts, and I don't know if you have a response for this, I'd be interested in your perspective, but if we're shifting art, we're shifting SWEP, we're shifting some of the scaffolding that gets done onto teachers. All 3 of those things are now going on to teachers. And Dr. Chu put something in her email that I thought was a pretty remarkable assessment, that our teachers are exceptional, but if we're expecting them to do everything, all of the scaffolding, adding art to their plate, and then adding enrichment to their plate, are they going to be able to do any of it really, really well? do we have a goal in mind for what we want them to do really, really well? And then the question that I've asked is, you know, and I was asking the how. So we're going to cut artists in the classroom, we're going to cut the SWEP, we're going to, you know, expect that we work with teachers to do the scaffolding work. How are we going to do that? And what I'm hearing is we haven't talked about the plan yet. And my concern is we're making a decision without really maybe appreciating the ramifications of it. And so I'd be interested in hearing, I mean, when you're looking at these decisions, are you thinking slam dunk, this is not going to be too big of a burden to get my folks over? I mean, are you looking at it and thinking they can handle this? This is, you know, they have room and time to commit to refining these other skills and being able to work with each of these groups of students?
I think what you were referring to earlier was you were mentioning supplies. That's what my response was related to, was the supply question. It wasn't related to, have we had conversations about how this might affect classroom teachers? And we certainly have had those conversations. Do we have all those answers figured out yet? Of course not. But we certainly have had those conversations. I don't know if Mr. Berge would like to respond to the people question, but my reference was, I think what was made the comment previously about the ESSER funds is we don't know if they'll allow us to use that for these programs, but they would allow it, of course, for an interventionist, because that's what learning loss could potentially include. Correct, Scott?
Yes, I would like to talk about ESSER funds, and you know, maybe first off, if I can point you to some numbers here. If you refer to page 67 of the board packet, and so what that is a couple of graphs. It's teacher salaries and benefits per pupil, comparing us to other large districts. Now, for the last several years, and actually just today I received a report I'll bring to our next meeting, but in that report is there's 18 school districts in this North Dakota School Study Council, and the data was put together for all 18 school districts. It's, you know, a lot of the large districts, some of the smaller ones, you know, Devil's Lake, et cetera, and all the large districts. And so what's in there is, from Grand Forks, if you take total instruction costs per pupil, we are for out of those 18 school districts, we're the third highest. And if you looked at the mill levy, the revenue perspective of it from a property tax, we were 11th out of 18 on the revenue, but third highest on the costs. And so these ESSER funds, the intent of these ESSER funds is to address things such as learning loss and mental health. It's not meant to kick the can down the road, I guess, 2 or 3 years from and this is me talking individually here. It's not meant to kick the can down the road for 3 years on that we are much higher than other school districts on our instructional cost per student. It's not sustainable. Had the pandemic not happened and ESSER funds didn't exist, we wouldn't be talking $4 million for next year. We would be talking $6 to $7 to $8 million all in 1 year. And I don't know, how to express things any differently than that. Unfortunately, is we are, with or without COVID, we are in a huge budget crunch, and these ESSER dollars it's not a long-term solution to how we are operating and how we're providing instruction. And furthermore, we just have to make some decisions. We've had, we've included a lot of stakeholders over the last 4 to 5 to probably 6 months, and throughout those meetings there was a lot of discussion back and forth, as there should be. Not everybody agrees on the list entirely that you have before you. There were a lot of different iterations, and at the end of the day, or at the end of each meeting, I would approach it, well, there were some smaller budget adjustments. Well, can we get by? Can we keep that somehow, or figure out a way to cover those costs? And my response was, okay, well, if we include this in the budget going forward, what are you going to take out of the budget for an equal or greater dollar amount? Because we're going to get, if we don't do anything, we're going to get to October and we're not going to have any money in the bank. I don't know how I can, I don't know where else to go with this at this point, other than, these ESSER funds are not the savior for our budget problems.
Shannon, just out of respect, we're going to get to a couple others. Dr. Lunn, and then Chris and Jackie.
Just a quick question, Kevin and/or Jody, both of you. If the Artist in the Classroom program goes away, was there ever any talk about having ArtWise do an after-school program at the elementary schools for kids who are interested in developing beyond what they would do with their normal teachers?
Yeah, so that's the Encore programming I was referring to, Dr. Lund. That's where Kayla Erickson said we could dedicate $40,000 of our 21st century funds to provide after-school activities for our students in the Encore program.
But I'm talking even beyond Encore. I'm talking about involving ArtWise and involving the artists in doing an after-school program, not just for Encore, but for actually almost like you're on the basketball team and you have practice after school, that kids that are interested in furthering their art training could have there'd be an ArtWise program that would be funded by ArtWise.
It's possible it would have to live within the $40,000 that Encore would donate and the $25,000 that ArtWise provides.
Chris?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Onstead, I know there's some additional elementary principals here, and as I've been sitting listening, and I'm supposed to be at 10,000 feet, so I'm going to drop down a little bit, but then I'm going to get back up. And I look at the ArtWise where their thoughts are and the conversations we've had. So, Mr. Onstead, it's 40 minutes of art per week. And I know young minds don't, the attention span, like a middle school needs 12 to 15 minutes, and let's shift things. Is it possible you could take the 40 minutes and create a 61-week, 20 the next week? What I'm saying is a more engaging project where there could be a collaboration with ArtWise where they could provide some, they have some funding they were providing. They may salary somebody to provide materials and instruction ideas to the district for projects where they would provide what it is the teachers need. So that's one less thing off of their plate. And they could do an engaging project once and then maybe something a little less the next. And you end up with your 18 weeks of instruction, but done in a more diverse way. And again, I know I'm getting too low here yet. I'm really, because everybody's very interested, and yet again, going back to my conversation with Mr. Frisch and hearing what Mr. Berge is saying, I recognize we have to make some very serious decisions, yet it's trying to find some form of compromise. And I respect you so much, Mr. Onstead, so I'm not putting this just on your shoulders, sir. I'm certainly diversifying that statement.
Good evening, Kelly Tannehill, principal at Lewis and Clark. And Jolynn Bergstrom and I were sitting next door in the overflow room, so we've been watching here, and we have been here all evening. But just to support to what Kevin has said, the conversations were very difficult, and to look at how we could meet the needs of art in the elementary classroom are still going to fall on ultimately the shoulders of the classroom teachers. So like Mr. Onstead, I did speak with the Lewis and Clark team leaders, not all individual classroom teachers at this point, but to look at how we could do that. And it has been done in the past when I was a classroom teacher. We had the art curriculum provided for us, and we were responsible to teach those lessons weekly. And it does kind of give a nice flair and enough fun to the classroom that you can, with the proper curriculum that would be provided, and we'd look at that artist binder and develop lessons that would be applicable in K through 5 so that we could do that once a week. Right now it's the seasonal or semester course, right? So we don't get art for the first half of the year at Lewis and Clark. Artists and Classrooms comes in the second half of the year. So it's not ongoing throughout the entire year. We would look at doing something hopefully, that could be weekly for the kids. And like Chris said, I think the sky's the limit then once we could start to look at, how we could tweak the program and make it work in individual classrooms for the kids would be great without having the expertise of the Artists in the Classroom program. We know it's gonna be tough, and it's gonna be challenging for teachers because we are not artists and we don't have that background, and the teachers don't have that background, so we would need to have to do some time building that for sure. I think you know, when you look at how is it going to do it, the answer to the question that falls back to me is that it just aligns with our strategic plan. And when you look at highly effective teaching, it is that tier 1 instruction. And so how as administrators, we're going to craft the level 2 accreditation, it will be looking at tier 1 instruction and how to meet the needs of all of the kids, and including SWEP in that, enrichment, including the needs of, you know, the EL learners in those buildings, including the needs of artistic kids, the music kids, the Phi Ed kids. That all taps to tier 1 instruction, and that is truly aligned with our strategic plan. So whether we have the specialists or not to do that, especially with the art program that we're talking about right now, or looking at how we can tweak our orchestra so those kids can start orchestra in 4th grade, that was awesome news. We have to get creative, and art will definitely be part of that.
Jackie, and then Cynthia.
Okay. So, you know, I have kids in the district, and I have one that's going to be in the district in 5 years, and I have such a gap. But my family is not a sports family. My family is, I would like to say academic, but very music and art oriented my kids are. And those were things that I believe have saved my kids through times of anxiety and depression and teen years and not having as many friends at certain points. And I recognize that the arts, it's this wonderful place where people who sometimes don't have another group find a home, and then they find a home with each other with groups that they don't normally find homes with. So I feel like I need to say that because I don't want people thinking that I just don't believe in what it brings to the table. That being said, I think I have to challenge myself because I could be one of those people that's like, well, why aren't we cutting more in sports? You know, look at all the things the sports kids get. Well, for those kids, it's lifesavers too, right? And so I truly believe that no matter where the cuts are coming from, there should be passionate people saying, this is important. This is what needs to happen. SWAP program, same thing. I mean, if my kid was in that program, I'd be fighting, right? I've been on the other side of cuts, the institution I used to work for. I've been on the front page of the paper fighting for programs, saying this is going to affect the students that I work with. They were older students, but this is going to affect them. And I would fight and fight and fight. And I always said if I was on the other side of that I would do it right? I would be doing it with heart. I would be doing it with transparency and respect for the work that was being done. And I feel like if anything maybe comes from this is maybe what can we do better next time, right? How can we tighten up those conversations? Where do we feel like there was missteps and gaps in communication? I think those things need to be addressed, and I think people who've made those mistakes, whether it was a principal or whoever, needs to say, hey, I made this mistake and I'm going to be open about this, and I apologize, or whatever is needed. But I also have to pull myself back and say, I tend to be a very emotional person and think with emotion and do that first, and I think there's a huge place for that. And I hate when people talk about cuts and say, let's keep the emotion out of it, because I think it's impossible. But I do need to rely on people who have a different brain set than I do, because people like Mr. Berge, who I know I rely on consistently, to tell me things and break down things that I don't always understand instinctively. And I need to trust in leaders and principals. And as a board, we're a policy board. And we make decisions not for the everyday operations, right? We have to trust our teachers. We trust that hiring process when we have a principal that comes in, or whoever that resource person is, and we have to trust them. And I think I struggled the same way that Cynthia did with, I felt like this timeline wasn't good enough because I have to answer and learn and and process how to articulate all of this trust and catch up with finance committees and all that kind of stuff in a way to articulate that to a public who's pushing back and doing what they're supposed to do and fighting for what they think is important. And so I do wish we had more time, and I hope if we have to go through this process again, that we give ourselves more time, because maybe that's a lesson for administration, is that we needed that time more. So, but I hate the fact that I'm going to say this, but I really think that we all need to kind of pull back a little bit and think a little higher level and think, I hate for any program to be cut. I hate for positions to be cut. But when I was looking at these numbers with a different kind of brain set, and I was looking at FTEs, the academic FTEs that are being cut or being, absorbed through attrition are equal to the ones that are being done with the arts. The arts are going to feel it heavier because they're smaller programs, because it is a whole program being cut, or because it is fourth grade orchestra as opposed to, one reading specialist or something. If you have a bigger program, you feel it less, right? So, I hope people hear that and know that these cuts were happening across the board. There was a significant amount of money that was taken out from this building here. So, as much as I am about cutting administrative bloat, I know the hours these guys put in. I know the cuts that have been made in this building, and so I feel like that's something to be remembered, that is happening, and I guess I'm comfortable saying I would motion to go ahead with these cuts, because as much as I hate it, I think we all feel that we hate it, and I do feel like it's the right decision to move forward. We're a wonderful district, and one of the things that I would hear often in conversations or on social media is, people would be commenting, friends of friends, and say, oh, this is happening in my city already. They already did that in my city. Well, that's because that's a trend from the federal and state level where we're not getting funded enough. And we are damn lucky we're just hitting this point right now. And we have an amazing art and theater program in this district, and I don't want to give the perception that we're just chopping away all the arts, because we have still a very rich program and we're really lucky. And as much as I hate that we might have to eliminate positions and that this is going to affect real people, and I am very sad about the fact that some of these people are my friends, I do think it's the right thing for us to do.
I just want to say thank you. I just appreciate your honesty and looking at, as Mr. Onstead said at the beginning, we were each grade level, each section, elementary, middle school, and high school, we were all tasked with 10%. And at the elementary level, that 10% comes down to programming, and our programming is art and SWEP. And those were, like Kevin said, the two big chunks. And you look at our curriculum and our content areas, and there isn't 10% to give. We can't cut sections without then parents coming back to us and saying, you have 27 kids in that class, you have 32 kids in that class, because that's what comes next. And so we fought really hard to just keep it to the bigger items, like Kevin said, that we could find. And then now across the board, we're all getting 10%, supply cut budgets. You can look at all of those things down the road, the little things that are adding up. But at the elementary level, it came down to those two big programs, and that's where the passion came through tonight.
I think there was a motion. So is there a second to that motion? Bill? And discussion. Cynthia, I know you had something, and then Doug, and then Shannon.
So my question is kind of related to the principals. What I had heard is that you met 5 2-hour meetings with principals and directors. That's what Scott Berge has reported this evening. I was told that some positions were offered by the principals that haven't been considered by the administration. I don't know if that's true. One was an assessment position that didn't get any conversation by the administration. I don't know if that's true.
But I don't really see a lot of administrative. Did the principals even talk about sharing principals, schools? We have two relatively small schools, Wilder and Winship. What about sharing principals there? Trimming administrative positions like that?
We did talk about that, and the principals that have been in that role, no, that's not a very successful way to manage two buildings. So that was quickly taken off the list. The assessment coordinator is on the list for next year as a consideration for a cut, but it wasn't on the table this year, but it was talked about.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then my last so I didn't have a chance to talk with Amelia at the foundation. And I don't recall, and I can't find it on social media, how much the district made for Giving Hearts Day. But Giving Hearts Day has gotten to be very popular for fundraising. And the district this year fundraised for needs, coats, food, that kind of thing. In the past, we did a chair affair, and we funded food for kids so that they could eat hot lunch, okay? What I'm going to propose is the idea that there are some creative ways to keep artists in the classroom. It's, according to this, I don't know what the district says it is. Is it $166,979? I don't, 180,000? That's around that, right?
The costs of it the last several years have exceeded about 210,000, and I think roughly 25,000. The most recent year in reimbursement from ArtWise, I think this last year was about 185,000 net in that expense.
That it cost 185,000.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean that's a lot of money, but I think that there's other options out there because it's going to fall on the teachers, and I am not an artist. So if I were teaching art, I would not be teaching art, so to speak. I would be teaching crafts and that kind of thing. I mean, sure, you're going to get a lesson plan, but I can't even draw Texas to make it look like Texas, quite honestly. So I just worry that we're putting more burden on parents. I understand that the district needs money. What I was suggesting is that, have you had conversations with the Grand Forks Foundation for Education, partnering with that? Have we thought about grant writing for this? Have you talked to the ArtWise people that are sometimes shaking their heads back there when we're proposing ideas? Dr. Lund's idea, after-school programs, not so equitable. Not everybody's going to be able to stay for that. But I don't know if anybody's like sat in a room. We get written documents. Are you all together talking about these things? I think Catherine wants to respond.
Yes, I may, and thank you for that. I want to preface this by saying I don't mean this to be disrespectful to any of this process. It's all a very important conversation, but you, as a school board, we know that we're in dire straits financially. I think there's 100% agreement upon that. We are tasked as administrators, and you hire us to make hard decisions, to meet a goal. And in that process, we spent hours and hours with experts who looked at this every way sideways and talked about what ifs, right? So if we let go of this, what can we do to plug that gap? On the Finance Committee report, there are guardrails that we put up, okay? How are students affected by this reduction? First thing we talked about at the gate. How are other groups affected and how so? What are the short and long-term effects? What are the ripple effects onto other places? Are there any components of this position's workload that will be transferred elsewhere? And to whom? And is that manageable? Do they contradict goals of the strategic plan? Are there opportunities? And when you say for opportunities, it's how do we do things better? And within this recommendation, there truly are opportunities. They're not going to happen overnight. But again, as building administrators and leaders, it's incumbent upon us to figure out how to script the moves to make sure that we not only make our system more efficient, but we make those improvements that we think we can. And that's some of the creative problem solving that we're talking about. I know we're talking about grants and that sort of thing. Of course we're going to look for that. But we can't promise that right now, but there are tons of grant opportunities out there. We just celebrated Tanya Schleicher, who has brought in tons of money, but the number of dollars that are out there for the arts and for STEAM and all those sorts of things that integrate the arts are humongous. So of course we're talking about those things. And then as far as the political fallout and the stakeholder, when we made these recommendations and decisions, we looked at the data that we had that includes enrollment trends, enrollment numbers. How do we make sure that we're not cutting programs? And we're spending a lot of time talking about the artists in the classroom program, and that's what it's called. But in reality, we have the ability to take advantage and do some integration. Maybe not with the expertise, that's true, but we're not eliminating anything. All of the people, and I love the music, and we can talk about that all day long, but none of those programs are going away. We just have to do things differently. And so from an administrative perspective, we have to look at the logic, like Jackie said, what is our goal that we're being given? Today we heard, if you're familiar with the Heath brothers, they call it the rider. The rider is that logic, it's the metrics, the elephant is the emotion and the passion, and we love our teachers. And it hurts, as Dr. Brenner said, to look people in the eye who are good people and say, we can't afford to keep you on next year. And that's the emotion part, and we're stuck in that right now. But our job then as leaders is to what's called script the path. So what are our next steps to make sure that we are still serving our kids in accordance to our strategic initiatives, in accordance to our strategic plan? And that's our work next after we get through this component. In the grand scheme of things, we are looking at a 0.8 teacher reduction. 0.8% of our teacher load is being recommended for reduction today so we can realize our goal. I think that shows pretty creative problem solving on all of the district leaders and all of the building leaders to try to figure out how to keep these reductions as far away from the people as possible, from the kids as possible. And so as we sit here and continue to hash this out, I would argue that the things that you task us with from here, once we realize this goal, which is our first task, is what we need to do next to make sure that we're not disserving our kids.
Go Doug, and then Shannon, and Dr. Lund.
Excuse me. Listening to all the testimony that people gave tonight, it's really difficult for the job that we have to do, but I think it's a necessary job. This is only step one. The task really to this district is to reduce 10%, which is $10.8 million. So even if we do 4.4 million today, that means next year there's another 6.4 million that has to be found. You think it's been difficult this time, it's going to be even more difficult next time. Now, we certainly could try to turn to the taxpayer and say, well, we need more money. I don't know what the response would be, but I think it would be unlikely when you consider, if you take what we're asking for in this referendum, about 31 mills between the two questions, and if you wanted to implement the second recommendation of the facilities task force, that's about another 16 mills. And if you wanted to replace the entire $10.8 million with new revenue, that's 38 mills. If you add all that up, that's 86 mills. I really doubt that the taxpayers would be in the mood to raise that kind of money. Much as everybody loves education, much as everybody loves our teachers and our administrators, we have to make these difficult cuts. And I know a lot of people suggested, well, let's have administration take a 5% temporary pay cut. Well, temporary doesn't cut the mustard in this game. Well, why don't we not, why are we filling going to be vacant positions? Well, why do we have two superintendents now? Assistant superintendents we've added. Well, really we haven't. Because when Dr. Nyblad came, there were two assistant superintendents. He restructured to have one assistant superintendent, and he actually had Dr. Brenner's prior position was created. No additional staff, just different title, different role, different structure. Dr. Brenner, he felt it appropriate to restructure again.
he eliminated his position that he held and created, so now there's 2 assistant superintendents. So we haven't been adding staff, just like I know in some of the emails that I received, they talked about the assistant principals that we've been adding. Well, we didn't add assistant principals. We changed their titles and their job description. They were building resource coordinators beforehand. So it's not like we've been adding administration. I think in looking at it and reviewing it, we've added 1 administrative position, which was an assistant director in the special education program, an area that has been growing and has increased demands. So just what I'm saying is there isn't necessarily the automatic savings that anybody might expect that would come out of administration. And I would not wanted to have been one of our administrators. The hours that, whether it's principals, whether it's directors, whether it's assistant superintendents or our superintendent have put in through this COVID year are just as much and just as valuable as what the teachers did. And so cutting their salaries, that's a solution. Ask every staff member to cut their salaries by, I think you said 3.5%. Well, that helps solve the problem. It's going to make it even more difficult to recruit teachers and principals to come to Grand Forks or retain them here. So the answer is we have to reduce staff. As ugly as it is, as painful it is, we have to reduce staff. That will allow us, if we reduce $10.8 million, it allows us to cover our operating deficit, allows us to build back up our general fund to where it should be, and allows us to increase compensation for remaining staff to be competitive with all the other districts that are now paying more than we have, because we're not going to catch up to them if we have to rely on the money that's coming from the state, because everybody's getting that. And so as hard as this is and as much feeling as there is in it, I agree that I think we need to move forward with this. And can we improve the process for next year when the next time comes around? Absolutely, and we should. And we should get it here sooner if we can. But we need to move forward with this. There's only one question I would have, and that relates to Katie Swenson. Is that position still in this reduction? Because I hate to bring up the name, but is it in this reduction, or does that need to change, this number need to change because of that?
That position is no longer in the reduction.
Okay.
You know, I appreciate the sentiment. I think, unfortunately, I've worked in HR, and I've had to do RIFs, and I've had to do reorgs, and I've had to look at budget cutting, and I've had to do it in an academic setting. And I'm not saying that there wasn't a process that was put in place. I have questions as to whether it was executed as it was intended by our administration. I have questions as to why certain things weren't cut in this initial round that would seem apparent to me to be very far away from the classroom and to really have no direct impact on students. And some of those things aren't on here. I also have, I've been very transparent that I think 100% our leadership should have as much skin and hurt in a time like this as our teachers and our students and these programs. And I respectfully don't believe that some of these RIFs are needed at this point. I don't believe that. I think they're put forth, and I think there's some opportunity to maybe grow some teaching, but I don't like seeing a pile onto teachers and then saying, but hey, maybe we'll get to stay competitive and give you a step and lane change and a pay raise. I don't think that's any better than suggesting a 2% pay cut. There is something to be said that when All True riffed a bunch of people, their directors from the top down took pay cuts. And they were proposed just for the year, but that's not necessarily going to hold true. So I guess when I saw this, I thought, okay, you know, the process is what it is. They got good feedback, but that's been called into question. We're all sitting here going, there was room for improvement. My concern is we're making some decisions that I'm not hearing, and this is kind of par for the course, where it's, well, we have to wait for the board to make a decision, and then we can start talking about the ramifications of that decision. Because I'm not hearing like a resounding confidence that we're going to be able to pull off the 40 minutes art. I'm not hearing resounding confidence that SWEP is going to be something that can be replicated across the district. And I think that's asking a lot of teachers to say, but, you know, hey, at least we'll be able to maintain some competitive salary raises, maybe, sometime in the future. As a teacher, if I was an employee being told that, it's great. More effort with maybe a promise of a raise at some time in the future. That doesn't make me feel very good as a decision maker coming out. And in terms of administrative, I'm not saying that we've added a bunch of administrative positions and bloat, but one thing that has happened is when we do step, lane changes, and percentages on all those categories, I was shocked that that is the standard by which we are adjusting compensation every year, and it's across the board. I mean, that is a 3% is like the bottom of what we do here in this district. That is unlike any industry out there. That's not even a COLA raise. That's beyond it, and we're doing it across the board. That is fundamentally how you get into an operating scenario like this, where you have to make cuts. And I'm just surprised that that wasn't the proposal, was to say, we need to take a 2%. Everybody's got to take a 2%. And that's just got to be what it is. And we have to be more reasoned with how we're pay raising. And to say that we're going to be competitive with other districts in terms of compensation, well, if we want to be competitive for our students, all of our major regional competitors have an arts standards curriculum. Fargo, West Fargo, Bismarck, Minot, they all have it. But we're going to cut it, and we're going to get rid of it. And to me, that's impacting students. That's not putting our students first. And I think there were other things that we asked for as a finance committee when it came to Artists in the Classroom in particular, to work with them. And I'm not hearing that we really made a good faith effort to work with them to save the program. But we're going to sit here and say, well, we got to make tough decisions. Well, we should have done a 2% cut if we were going to make tough decisions, because that impacts everybody, including the decision makers. And in fact, maybe as a board, we should be giving up our salaries. Those are tough decisions, because those hit you, the decision maker. Next year, maybe we'll do it, because we have another opportunity. That's my piece, and I think that's the perspective that I'm bringing. Really, arts, I think, is an important part. It's a critical thinking component. I think to be putting that onto teachers is unfair. I think putting SWEP is even more rigorous for them to have to now create curriculum. I hope our instructional design coaches are able to fulfill the gaps that we're creating by shifting these things away. I haven't heard how we're doing that, so I trust that we're going to be able to pull it off, because if our quality product starts to decline, it's going to be known. We're going to stop getting the recognition that this district has gotten for a really, really long time. And that's my concern as a board member.
There's a couple principals we haven't heard from, and I'm going to make them come up and talk. And Todd, and I hate to say it, but Chris, is that you or is that John back there? I'm sorry, I can't tell, and I don't have my glasses. Oh, that's Chris. Okay. My question is, and Doug already kind of prefaced it. This is a $4.4 million reduction, and we've got 6 point whatever, 8 million to do next year. How difficult is it going to be next year? And then just one comment, Shannon, I think everybody's gotten across the board raises in this district except one person. Our superintendent hasn't had a raise in 3 years, so, but the other ones you are correct, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's no question it's going to be difficult. So it's going to impact class size, I think, without, I mean, I think it's been said, and I would agree with Kevin said it very well. You can't get there with, when we used to talk about raising money, I always say we can't get there with a bake sale. This is big dollar, big ticket items. And I'm concerned that there's been a ton of energy, 3 hours plus into this meeting, on one item. And there are $4.4 million worth of cuts there, and the energy has been put on one item. What is the board's response to, I mean, I know Chris will tell you higher class sizes in most academic, most core areas at the high school. We've reduced some choice at the middle school. But as Catherine stated, we're still offering everything. At the middle school, a student will be able to have art in 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. They'll have a choice in one of those 3 years, but it's mandated in 2 of the 3 years. So if they choose art, they'll have it, but they might also choose guitar, and that's their choice. But we are not we're reducing bodies, but not necessarily programs. I mean, with every body doesn't mean a program goes away. It means we're restructuring. We're right-sizing in some places. But, the question came, well, I heard there were other proposed things from the principals, and yet they're not on the list. There's an order to all of this. We respond to our immediate supervisors. They have a supervisor. And you guys at the end are the ultimate supervisor. But if a reduction in salary was the goal of the board, that could have saved us a whole lot of time. A whole lot of time. But I don't know that came other than tonight. So, I mean, the process took time. It was done with as meticulous work as we could possibly do. And even with that, there were errors. We'll own them. You know of one particular. So, but to reduce the discussion to something so small in comparison to 4.2 million or 4.4 million or whatever the number is, I just think is not fair to the process. And my recommendation is keep art in the classroom then. If everything else is fine, keep that and move on, because that is just a small piece of the $4.some million. Those are my words. I waited 3 hours and 36 minutes to say them, so thank you for inviting me forward.
And yeah, at the high school, and I don't know, before I say too much, I mean, at the high school, John Strandell over at Central and I were tasked with 10 FTEs cuts at the high school level. That was our goal. We didn't quite achieve it, but that was the goal that we set out, so that we were asked to do. So I know people have questions about cuts at high schools. I mean, we have an English teacher, we have a math teacher, we have part of a social studies teacher, we have an art teacher, we have an instructional design coach. There is some reductions in music, and one in choir, 0.4 in choir was a recommendation, and a 0.7 in band at the high school. And so those are some of the reductions that we have. When we make our decisions on reduction, we base it on class size and what we think class sizes can handle. And Todd brought it up. I mean, our class sizes will be going up significantly in our core content areas. Average sizes will range from as high as 28 as an average class size in a couple social studies classes to pretty consistent 25s and 26s in our core English classes. Our science classes will be at anywhere from 23, there's one at 24, 22, and keep in mind in science classrooms you can only have 24 kids in a classroom. So our counselors are going to be tasked with some very creative scheduling to be sure that we can get kids' schedules right and get them into classrooms. And so in the science classrooms, they only have 24 lab stations. So that's the max you can have in the classrooms. So those are some of the things that we looked at. When we looked at music, we looked at enrollment. We looked at current class schedules to make those decisions. And that's what we base those recommendations on coming to the district. But at the high school level, it really balances on numbers and what you can have in a classroom. And not only numbers, but what kinds of electives can you provide our students? Because those passion areas, those areas that they seek out and that they really enjoy, we wanted to keep those in place. And we were able to do that with the cuts that we made. I mean, every year at the high school level, we make decisions on what classes will be offered and what classes won't based on enrollment. Some year a class gets offered, some year it doesn't get offered. It just depends on the enrollment and the numbers in those classes. So those are some of the decisions that we made. I know in the music, I've heard a lot of conversations about music. And in the music department, there are some cuts. Typically music teachers teach anywhere from 2 direct class periods a day to maybe 3.5 direct class periods a day. Our other high school teachers teach 5 class periods a day, direct contact with students. The other time is used for individual lessons with students. So I would think at Red River on an average, our teachers will probably go from teaching 2.5 classes, direct student contact a day, to probably 3.5 at the most classes a day, and then the rest of the time is used for individual lessons. I know I heard Tanner, our future student body president, speak, and he did an excellent job, and so I will talk with him tomorrow. But it will be, I talked with some of our music teachers today, and they said one of the things that's challenging with individual lessons is typically kids wait till the very end of the quarter to schedule their lessons. So, and then that becomes very challenging for teachers in their time. So we'll definitely have to be more creative if the recommendation is passed that kids need to get in early. You can't squeeze in 4 lessons in the last week. You're going to have to do that throughout the quarter. So those are some of the discussions that happen at the high school level.
Do you agree with Todd that next year will be more difficult than this year?
If we are tasked with another $6.5 million cuts, it'll be extremely challenging. I think where we made cuts this year, we were pretty much able to save everything that we do at the high schools. And if we are tasked with that again next year, it will affect classes, it'll affect offerings. It'll be extremely challenging to manage another, if that's a task, another 10, 12 cuts at the high school level will be really, really challenging.
I want to make sure that we're moving along because we still have a little bit in our agenda for the process. But I want to just ask you, Mr. Arison, a tough question. And I feel a little on the opposite side of our relationship here asking you the tough questions because I was once a student of yours in some capacity.
Yep.
I certainly understand that there's a process for bargaining, and there's a committee that's established, and you don't necessarily represent that group.
No, but he does. He's our president.
Well, I think one of the questions that we always get is, well, why don't you just cut salaries, or why don't you just cut some administration? And I think what people don't understand is that we bargain with various groups. There are some groups that we could probably just cut, or our meet and confer groups and things like that. But there's a process there. We can't just do it and move on. Given the conversation and knowing the fat that has been trimmed, I'm curious in this public manner if the principals group would be prepared to say we can commit to a pay freeze.
I don't think that's a fair question, Amber. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It just, that's suddenly siphoning off things and, you know, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. I think what we're having a conversation about here is, has that been discussed? And I don't know if that has been discussed. I'm not on the principals bargaining group, and so maybe if I said the wrong word and commit, that wasn't appropriate. But Scott.
I'm not going to speak about negotiations as they're ongoing, and we've only had an introductory meeting, so I'm not going to speak.
And I wasn't sure about that. So.
But what I can say is, and one thing that hasn't been brought up tonight, and a little bit in reference to Shannon's discussion earlier about the step increases, et cetera. The 4.4, 4.3, or whatever it ends up to be in this number, that does not guarantee step and percent increases necessarily, depending on what the rest of our budget looks like for next year. To get to a step for the teachers group averages to about 1.6% alone. On the classified side, a step is about 2%. And so looking at compensation increases, the $3.2 million number that we've talked about multiple times over the last several months, based on a projection for next year, if we achieve $3.2 million in budget reductions, there would be a 0% increase for anybody else. That was really the $3.2 million was a bare minimum in budget reductions, and then to allow to not have increases for others. 4.4 million, and if the state ends up at 1%, and some other factors with federal impact aid, there's a lot of things on the table yet, but all of those in combination do not guarantee significant salary increases necessarily. There's a lot of work left to go on that as well.
And I apologize. I said that wrong. I wasn't asking you to say, can we, hard line here right today. It's a tough question we're getting barraged with, we need to cut administration. And what I'm trying to do is educate the public that there's a process there. It's not a hard, fast thing that we can just do. And so I didn't know what that flavor was at that level, and I certainly want to respect the process. So if there's a pause that needs to be there, again, I want to respect that. But I think Scott answered part of my question as, what that process might look like when the bargaining happens. Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the principals in the room, absolutely, the work that you have done is to be applauded, to be appreciated, and your colleagues that are not here, and to the district level administration are to also be applauded. It's my hope that as I think of various programs, and of course, as you said, Mr. Selk, the artist in the classroom has been a big part of the discussion this evening, and I would say I received approximately 60 emails on that singular item. That's the most emails I've ever received, and phone calls. I put trust in administrators to be the leaders, to do the right things. And what I heard tonight, and I don't need anybody to respond, because I believe that you are truly going to be creative in your work in providing solid instruction for students. And I know teachers turn to one another. If they're not certain what to do in a given topic, they'll turn to us and say, hey, what do you do with this? And they collaborate, and they make good decisions for pedagogy. And I'm going to put trust that there will be a collaboration, a unification of some sort that can't be determined this evening, yet I know over time that people will reach out to those in this community to provide stronger curricula from those within our own community. As Dr. Brenner said, should the referendum pass, the work's going to be done in this community. So we have strong people in this community that can be reached out to provide. We know we have parents come in and visit, or business people come in and visit classrooms. Because what I'm about to say is probably going to irritate a good number of people that I responded to in emails. Yet, it's very difficult, and that's why I put trust in you, that I'm going to support the $4.4 million that's been so moved, knowing that we have wonderful people that are going to find the right way to move forward for the benefit of our students.
One more comment, and then we have a motion and a second on the floor.
I just want to say that thank you for saying that, Mr. Selk, about how much time has been spent on one topic, because I hope that other cuts realize that we are thinking about them too. I know it kind of broke me a little bit to see how much of the library budget, for example, was going to be cut. And I don't know that I responded to every email. I certainly tried. And so if you didn't hear from me, please know publicly, if you're watching, that I did care and I read every single one. I just may not have responded because I get lost in 80 emails. But and then I also wanted to put out just a possible misconception is that I do have an elementary education degree. And so I was taught how to teach as part of being a K through 8 degree. You do get taught how to teach art. You do get taught how to teach gym. You do get taught how to teach music. Doesn't mean those would be my strengths by far. But that understanding, that baseline is there, and certainly would not replace such a wonderful program, or I would not say that a person would be able to do it as well as someone who commits their life to that. But I hope that the public does understand that we're not throwing educators into completely foreign territory. They do have some background in that.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. I believe the motion was to accept the recommendation in full, and that was seconded. So we'll move forward for, what? Oh, I thought you said something. We'll move forward for a vote. Just take a roll call vote. Yeah, yeah.
Carpenter? Yes. Douthit?
Yes.
Hassett?
Yes.
Lund?
Yes.
Manley?
Yes.
Mikula?
No.
Palmasino? Shab?
No.
Flynn?
No.
6 yes, 3 no.
Thank you to everyone that has spoke and has come forward with such passion in the school district. I have no doubt that our children are well taken care of, given a majority of the comments that we received. The next item on our agenda is the reduction in force recommendations. Dr. Brenner.
I think before I go over my memo, HR Director Lindsay has a statement she'd like to read, and I think it will put some of this into context and help for better clarity and understanding as we move into the next phase of our conversation. So, Lindsay, thank you.
Thank you. And I did write it all down. There is a lot of context here, and it's a very complex process, and I just want to reiterate, it's not a process that any of us have looked forward to, have been excited about, and it's been a very grueling process, but I will assure you that it's been a very thoughtful process. Is the RIF reduction in force policy perfect? Is the rubric perfect? No. but it's good. So just, I want to read through some of the history of how we got to where we are with the reduction in force policy and the rubric, and then go through some of the changes and some of the concerns that we've heard. So we wanted to share the story behind the reduction in force process and the rubric to help put context to how it came to what it was, a tool in a very complex process. The last time the school district implemented a reduction in force, it was 37 years ago in 1984. The policy was adopted in 1975 and had since been amended last in 2014. Its design relied on attrition first, same as the new policy, and then by what is called professional service categories and seniority. Category 1 teachers were those that were in their first 3 years or employed under special or temporary circumstances. They had no seniority and would be the first group considered when a reduction in force was pursued. Category 2 teachers were those that were employed with the district for up to 8 years of continuous service, along with points considered for additional academic training, professional experience, extracurricular assignments, and other professional responsibilities. Category 3 were those teachers with 8 or more years of continuous service. In the old model, no Category 3 teachers would be reduced prior to Category 2 teachers, and no Category 2 teachers would be reduced prior to Category 1 teachers. Lots of emphasis on seniority and little opportunity for performance, contributions, flexibility, or adaptability of teachers. So fast forward now to late fall 2020, the district was continuing to update its policies in accordance with the North Dakota School Board Association, from year on out known as NDSBA. Executive Cabinet reviewed the modernized NDSBA reduction in force policy and determined that the policy was adequately updated to account for retaining teachers with the highest performance and contribution, greatest adaptability, followed by academic and professional preparation beyond the minimum requirements, and then seniority would be taken into consideration. We saw this as more of a reflective way of determining reductions that aligns best with the district's strategic plans. Along with the policy came a standard rubric where we assigned a weighting system that emphasized employee performance, contributions, adaptability, and the policy was adopted in February and communicated with staff in the same fashion as all policies were, and it was not treated any differently. Since then, we met with principals and presented the policy as well as the rubric. The rubric, a tool used to guide the practice, was adopted in February as well. In late March, principals and cabinet members sat down to begin reduction work with the rubric. When we were putting pencil to paper, it was determined that the rubric needed more depth and a more comprehensive assessment of our teachers. So what we added or changed from the original rubric adopted in February was the following. We added a 5-year evaluation look back, which was determined there needed to be a performance-based measurement included in the rubric, and this was taking the last 5 years of the eye observations evaluations, a 5-year look back on extracurricular assignments, 5-year look back on professional contributions in district committees such as student leadership, literacy committees, a 5-year look back on disciplinary action or performance improvement plans that were part of the teacher's personnel file. Nothing informal or not a part of the public file would be considered. We also added weighting to the adaptability score, a multiple factor of 4, and weighted 60% for performance evaluations, 20% for qualification areas, and then 20% for extracurricular and committee work. We felt this would produce a more reflective pointing system of the adaptability category. We also determined to continue considering Category 1 teachers as the first for reductions as mentioned prior, unless a critical licensure need or other teacher performance factors suggested differently. Additional qualitative data that would need to be discussed as well and reviewed when completing the rubric. In the event there was a tie in the adaptability category, then you'd move those ties that are into question into the academic and professional preparation category. In the event you still have a tie between teachers with the lowest score, then you move to the seniority category. As we were completing the rubric with teachers with multiple conversations and exercises with administration and cabinet. This is where we spent many hours with our principals, administration, going through putting that pencil to paper on that rubric. I'm almost done. Sorry, I know it's getting late, but it's important that you get all the details with this so that you have the background of it. There is a concern that the district was not transparent with the rubric. We've heard that. All those applying the rubric to our recommendations were doing so for the first time. The problem solving on the rubric was continual, and the reworking of the rubric was required during a short period of time. Therefore, the rubric was taken down from the website for a specific amount of time, and I know that that came into question on some of our employees. We took it down because we were working on it as we were doing it. It's since been reposted, so just so there's transparency there. There's also a concern that the rubric may not have been communicated effectively with teachers on the exact process. It would have not have been in anybody's best interest to explain the process until the end as we are today. And again, the rubric is just one tool that moved us away from the initial conversation of who our favorite teacher was, and to more of an even playing field so that all those that should be considered would be included on the rubric. Also, the proposed reductions impacted very few individuals directly, relatively speaking to the total amount of certified staff that we employ. Back to Catherine's point of 0.7 of our staff, of our certified staff, is what would be impacted. We do not want to create additional undue stress and anxiety for those that would not be impacted directly, hence why we didn't explain the rubric across all 1,700 staff. I think the most important takeaway of this rubric is, again, that it was one tangible tool of many intangible complexities that initiated the reduction process. Although you can put a number to a person, that alone does not capture the best way forward for the future of the district. The rubric laid out the options on paper for us, and then we had to capture the qualitative information that illuminated a teacher's overall impact on student learning, development, and district priorities, as well as take into consideration the ripple effects of the reductions and the opportunities that may exist for those that were being named as reduction recommendations. We're asked to realize a $3.2 million reduction in our budget. We met the request and then some by evaluating the areas first that would have little impact to our kids and the opportunities that they have in these programs. We could spend a lot of time talking about the pros and cons of the rubric. However, in my experience, I have yet to find a perfect rubric when it comes to humans. Whether it be an interview rubric, a performance rubric, or a reduction in force rubric. There were many hours spent of our administrators and cabinet members working to refine the rubric and add the importance of the qualitative components to each area so that at the end process, as difficult as it was, we were making the best decisions in order to put forward the proposed budget reduction that was asked of us. Tonight, what you're deciding is whether to move to approval for contemplation of non-renewal of contracts for those that are on the list that is being provided to you. By approving this, it leads to a notice being given to teachers listed before you by Wednesday that there will be hearings held Monday, April 19th at 6 p.m. And the information on and we'll also share the information on due process of the hearings with those teachers impacted. Those teachers then have the option to agree in lieu of a hearing or move forward with a hearing. A two-part hearing would be pursued where both the board and the teachers impacted all have to agree on this format in order for it to be utilized. So this would eliminate the repetition of the district repeating the justification and the data for the reductions in force that are being contemplated. Each teacher that is potentially impacted will get an allotted amount of time to present evidence and exhibits in a separate consecutive executive sessions. Following the last of the closed sessions, the board will open back up to the public where the decisions of each teacher impacted will be announced. A notice to all teachers that will be reduced will go out to them no later than May 1st. I thank you for allowing me to explain and for your time, and welcome any follow-up questions. And again, my apologies for reading. It's just a lot of information, and I want to make sure that I didn't miss a step. And Cynthia, you know, to your concern about the shortened timeline, to be honest, I don't think anybody likes how short the timeline is, and you're referring to the North Dakota School Board Association book of the suggested timeline. And we're timeline-oriented people, and we've been aware of that timeline, but the order of events with enrollment numbers, with logistics, that March expectation or suggested expectation just couldn't be met with the numbers of retirements or resignations that were coming in. We would have been back at the drawing board now if we would have prepared then.
Thank you, Ms. Rude. Is there any follow-up to the process that has been outlined? Go ahead, Shannon.
Just a suggestion, and this is generally for the district as a whole. Sitting on this board for 3 years, I can't tell you how many times I've heard, you know, we were trying not to make people feel a certain way. We were trying not to, you know, get out information ahead of time and so people didn't panic. That tends to be the wrong approach, because what it ends up doing is breeding paranoia that we're not being transparent. And that is the other thing that I've heard more in the last 3 years, that we're trying to encourage transparency. So if I can offer a suggestion, when you are thinking about withholding just benign objective information like a rubric and how it functions, you can't control how people are going to react, whether you hold the information or not. From the sounds of it, it was adding just insult to injury. The stress that was being experienced in some of these groups, like Lord of the Flies was what it was described as.
Can I respond?
No, absolutely. And this is a suggestion. I don't think it was intentional. I think everybody's will was completely in the right place. But it's just my suggestion that you know, more information in an objective manner is not, I mean, the worst you can be accused of is you shared information and too many people had it.
No, and I thank you for that, and I agree with that perspective. And I think just to clarify, that's all I wanted to do, is that when it was approved in February, we posted the rubric. What happened is when we started meeting and putting pencil to paper, we realized that we needed to add more depth to that rubric. So while we were working on it, we did take it off of the website in order so that to try to prevent the perception that we're working on a secret rubric or an alternative rubric. And to your point, Shannon, you know, insult to injury, right? Whether that was the right thing to do or should have did it the other way. So I appreciate your perspective and just wanted to clarify and make sure that that was clear.
Sitting here, hindsight, right? Getting to armchair quarterback and say, hey, could have done it better that way. So I appreciate the process, and these aren't easy. No rubric is perfect. And I just think, you know, it kind of adds to Cynthia's concern over the timing. It feels like, you know, we weren't quite prepared for the process. As we were going through the process, we're writing the process and going through it at the same time. And that's a pretty daunting task on all of you to do. I mean, everybody who had to do it. It's not an easy task. So I appreciate the effort that went into it. And, you know, I think that was the biggest concern that I heard a lot of was there's something going on and we're not sure what it is. And the fear of the unknown is worse than the known often. So I just felt it important to say that.
I think that certainly is the theme for this year. We're sort of writing the blueprint as we go, right? I can't imagine if we haven't done a process in 37 years that, you know, there wouldn't be some reworking. With that, I just have two questions. The first being the individuals or departments or positions that were posed to be reduced, did individuals have a opportunity to when that process was being done, did individuals have a chance to submit information? And if not, I'm assuming that it will be the process then, what will be next is their hearing. Let's play that out for a second then. Let's say employee A submits documentation, and then based on that documentation, their rubric score changes. So then employee B now has the lower rubric. Do we then take this person off and recommend this person? How does that work?
Sure, and that's a great question. I think what's important to remember too is that the rubric is just one tool in the whole overall puzzle. So we took in the qualitative data or the qualitative information, took in the whole story basically. So yes, the rubric is one piece of it, and I think if that were to happen, and to go back to your original question, did we seek input? In the adaptability piece, we were able to evaluate that with administrators, cabinet levels, leaders, and that's how we determined those. If we saw a tie there, and then they moved to the next level of professional credentials, we were able to move through that as well, and then seniority if they still had a tie. So my short answer is, did we ask anybody directly that was on the rubric? No, we did not.
And so then the second part of that, if the process then is for the individual to come and have a hearing.
Yes.
I certainly would not want to make it seem like that process then isn't worth it, but if that individual presents additional supporting documentation, is there a potential chance that then we would say, okay, we're moving you up, and now there's someone else slated for recommendation?
I think I'd have to say, yeah, we'd have to evaluate that and see where that leads us. I don't want to give a definite answer because I can't see the future, and I wish I could.
And I don't know either. I just, so.
If I could just add to that, we'd already be beyond the timeline, so.
Yeah, okay.
So it would just be whether during the hearing, after the hearing, it would be how you vote.
Okay.
On that position.
Sure. Okay. Cynthia.
So, everything I say, I appreciate what you've done, Lindsay, and I'm on the policy committee. We looked at this reduction in force policy, but I just want to remind everybody that policy DKA states the board shall have the sole right to determine the necessity for and scope of a reduction in force. And I am still standing by my comment that as a board member, I don't feel like we had enough time with that scope given to us. I know we've heard for months, I feel like I've heard it for years, that we need to reduce funds. I'm looking at Scott Berge. But for this particular reduction in force scope, I don't feel like I said as a board member, yes, go back and reduce by 4.3 million until today. It was approved today, or brought to the board on April 12th, and now we're deciding it. So I'm standing by that. I think you're following this for the hearing, is that correct? So if a teacher can't make the date that we set, it says that they can say that, right? It says, in the event a teacher submits a request for a different date for the meeting, reasonable efforts to accommodate scheduling difficulties are recommended. Page 16 of chapter 3, which is all I have of this document. So, I think we'd have to honor a request, because what if somebody has something that they have scheduled?
According to this, yes, you'd have to honor it, and then we'd have to schedule another special board meeting so that we can make sure that May 1st is met according to the deadlines.
Thank you.
Lindsay, you also mentioned that we would go into, so it says entitled to a public hearing, but you mentioned that we would go into a separate executive session and then come out. Can you talk about that process? You know, because the public hearing to me makes it seem like everyone's friends can come, colleagues can come, you know, they can come and state, but then there's this executive session component. So how does that work specifically?
Sure, and this is a little bit complex, so just bear with me, and I'm going off of that North Dakota School Board Association. So how this would work, we need a two-part hearing is what would be best for a situation as this, because it allots one amount of time for the school board to go ahead and justify why we are here today, basically because of funding issues. That's the sole reason why these reduction in force are in front of us. So that would be, in order to have the two-part hearing, both the teachers and the school board have to agree on that it would be a two-part hearing, and then the hearing would start in an open session, and then each person that's before you would go into executive session. After each executive session, and they can bring up to 2 representatives. And I think their spouses or partners can also come too. But then you go through the executive sessions, you hear the justifications, and then you go back into a public session to inform everybody of your decision on each of those that are listed. That's how I'm understanding it. So, and we need to allot a certain amount of time. And North Dakota SBA doesn't give the time, so that's something that would need to be discussed as well.
Thank you. Chris?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a comment that one of the teachers listed I have supervised, and I want that to be known, and I don't know if that would, obviously I would recuse myself from that individual, I would believe. Would that dismiss me from others or just one, or what's the process? Since I did supervise and evaluate one of the individuals on this list.
Do you want to make the evaluation clear on which one?
I can certainly share that. Is that it was Jason Hawley.
Yeah. My experience is that another member on the board would have to question that. I mean, you could certainly state that as well and declare that.
I want to make that known tonight rather than on the 19th, I believe it is, so.
We also plan to have legal counsel represented that evening as well.
Thank you, Dr. Brenner.
Cynthia, then Shannon.
Since we're on the world languages, so I don't know, Catherine, maybe you can tell me, are these from the same school?
No, and the world, and just it's, so you can figure out how we approach the process is that, and I apologize if this is redundant with what Lindsay has said, but when there are secondary level reductions, if they were qualified, those were looked at as a group, if that makes sense. Because if there was a reduction at the high school, and because of their high qualifications, if they had experience, they could be eligible for a middle level position. Does that make any sense at all? I'm sorry, my brain doesn't feel like it's working correctly right now. So the FTEs that you see are actually both middle school teachers that are recommended for reduction in force per what Ms. Rude described. But that combines the reductions at the high school level as well as the middle school level that are on the list overall.
Dr. Brenner, you kind of wanted to just restart and introduce this list real quick.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted Lindsay to set the stage, and then rather than go through page 81 in your board packet, I really want you to pay attention to the document that was just handed out to you. And this would be the subject is reduction in force, teachers impacted. As per board policy DKA, North Dakota Century Code 15.1-15.05, the teachers listed below are being recommended for contemplated non-renewal at the conclusion of the 2021 school year. Should the board proceed with contemplated non-renewal, the teachers will be entitled to a public hearing on Monday, April 19th, 2021, as Lindsay has already indicated. At this time, I just want to outline who the people are. First, we have Mary Kulis, proposed reduction of 1.0 FTE. Autumn Hanson, proposed reduction by 0.6 FTE. Brian Walls, proposed reduction of 1.0 FTE. Alexander Barda, proposed reduction from 1.0 FTE to a 0.6 FTE. Kelly King, proposed reduction of 1.0 FTE. And Jason Hawley, proposed reduction of 1.0 FTE. And Kara Hung, proposed reduction of 1.0 FTE, bringing the total of 6. Those would be the positions that would be aligned with the highlighted page 82 and 83 of your board packet.
And Madam Chair, I did overlook, there was another individual, Brian Walls, that I did supervise and work with, but that was during my tenure at Valley Middle School from 2009 through 2012. Again, having worked with him in a professional manner as a supervisor, I want to inform the board of that, and then when we can certainly hear from legal counsel on the 19th.
Yeah, I mean, I echo my concern, or the concern that Cynthia shared. I think we've had it stated a number of times, again, that we're a policy-making board. We have this policy that was not apparently examined in this process. I have some concerns about the timing of this, and having these folks notified 10 days prior to a hearing or less than that. I don't know if that's sufficient time for them in terms of due process to be prepared for it. I don't know if that's been looked at by anybody or talked with legal counsel, if they're going to present at this hearing, if they need to find representation in the process. I'm just curious about that, because this seems like an awfully short time if I had to defend myself in a hearing to be prepared.
I can tell you the ones who are members of GFEA will have North Dakota United as their representation at the hearing.
How many are on this list?
6.
So all 6, or sorry, so 6 out of 7 are going to be represented by North Dakota United?
If they choose to have a hearing, yes.
So when do they tell us if they want to have a hearing?
So we have to notify them by Wednesday. So the logistics of it is that if you approve contemplation of non-renewal this evening, that puts me into overdrive for tomorrow to get them a notice out and to bring a notice to them and talk through the process with them, talk about their options, and go from there.
So they have 5 days then to prepare.
Yes.
Other comments?
You know, I think for me, part of it is, so full disclosure, when I was a first new teacher, second year in, taught for Minnetonka Hosterman Junior High, the school closed. And of course, I was at that time young, and the last hired the first to be let go. I knew in January that I was going to be let go. Now, it is a different situation because the school was closing. But I had ample time to rethink my career. And that's why I keep harping. I think that's why, because I've actually had 2 major experiences in my life. One, I was given 3-hour notice. The letter stated, "Consider today your last day." So I have gone through both of these scenarios, both a good transition and a very negative experience. So, I mean, I think that's why I come with this edge tonight, because I've been both places. And I will say, I have not ever had the career that I've had, and I wouldn't have had it if I had not lost my second position. I have a fantastic career. So I think for for many people, they can find something else, but not for everybody, because as you get older, it's harder to get a job, you know, so the timing for me is just really bothersome. Thank you for letting me share my very personal story.
Thank you. Sort of relating to Cynthia's message here. I work in an organization, they just let go, well, not just, months ago they let go around 170 people. And that was 20 people out of the department that I'm in, and 3 people that are on the 2 teams that I supervise. And that was tough. And they were notified as they sat at their desk at 8 in the morning. They got the call and said, you can go home now. That was tough. If they had to do that again, I think they would do things a little bit different. And maybe they learned some lessons there. And like Amber said, this hasn't been used in 30-some years here. We probably have some lessons we could learn and improve on the process here as well. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Lindsay, if these persons either don't challenge the hearing or have a hearing and lose, they don't lose their job on April 19th, do they? They're contracted through June 2nd or May 31st or something like that?
Yep, their contract would go through the remainder of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a motion on the administrative recommendation to proceed with contemplated non-renewal of the identified teachers? Doug, motion, is there a second? Jeff, seconds? Take a roll call vote, please.
Douthit,
Yes.
Hassett is absent. Lund,
Yes.
Manley,
Yes.
Mikula,
No.
Palmasino, Shab,
No.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no, and 1 absent.
Next item on our agenda is policy review. Cynthia?
Now we know why policy is so important. These are second readings, B, D, A, D, employment of relatives, nepotism. So tonight, we have 3 of these that we've seen before. So I would make a motion to accept BDA, the one I just said, FCAA, accommodating students with allergies and special dietary needs, and FDI, transgender and gender nonconforming. And in your packet, it has all the language that we had used, so it's consistent with our policy.
Is there a motion?
I made the
Oh,
motion, so
sorry,
I need a second.
A second? Okay, Doug, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
And then that means that we have to rescind 5632, our severe allergy policy, since we just replaced it with the new FCAA policy. I move approval for rescinding. Motion made.
Okay, is there a second? Chris? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Announcements. Any announcements? Okay. Board requests for future considerations? Go ahead, Cynthia.
So given kind of the theme for my words tonight, I'd like to recommend that at a future meeting, that we have a report on the K through 8 pre-design committee and the bond program planning group, so that we're all clearly identifying what's happening at those. I understand that as a board member, I'm to trust our K through 8 pre-design committee and the bond program planning group. I just think it's good to have the information. So I'd rather have that at a board meeting if I could than in a Friday focus.
Yes, there will be reports that will be coming, at least from the bond programming committee. There wasn't tonight because the only meet we had was just basically an organizational meeting. So if you want, I can give you what's the charge? What is our responsibilities? I can get you a copy of that.
I just think it would be a great idea to have it on the agenda in the future, to have it included each time.
Yeah. And we will need to report, because stuff will be ultimately coming to the board from bond programming, with whether the specifics of the projects other than the K-8 building. We have to come up with those, as well as all the 2 DPI reports that have to be sent in, and they all have to be approved by the board, so they will be coming here. Each meeting they will be reported on.
And for the pre-design committee, we actually did receive an email today with the minutes of our meeting and all the things that took place, so certainly would be providing that. And I would believe not every member of the board received that. However, I'm sure we can disseminate that so that you have it.
Jen?
Tied into that, I mean, we had a fairly, quick, in-depth conversation around site logic, scope of work as it relates to those 2 committees. And that has not come to the board for approval in terms of their work on those committees. I know it's been mentioned that it was tied to the energy savings contract, but I went back to that memo and there is no mention of their involvement with referendum planning, which was part of my confusion, that it was actually under a different contract, but then come to find that's terminated. So if they're operating kind of outside of an authorized board scope, I think that needs to come to the board as quickly as possible to clean that up so that it has been authorized to continue their work, that we know under what auspices they're doing that work too. So I think that needs to come quickly.
Other requests for board future considerations? I would just maybe ask, a lesson to be learned from some of the finance discussions is that it's probably better when we talk about it more often, and we certainly get an update from Scott, an in-depth update once a month, and then some subsequent information. I would like to see actually the finance committee do more work and meet more often if possible, to understand, especially if we're going into deeper cuts going into next year. I think it would be important, what I heard tonight from some folks was that, yes, we want to trust the work of the finance committee, but maybe there just wasn't enough information given at those meetings and updates on the board. So I think it would be important to try to meet more often, so that those minutes are then coming to the board as an update for review, and we can ask questions at that time. Anything else? Okay, Eric, how do we do?
I think we did very well, given the difficult emotional circumstances of tonight and the late hour for those of us that haven't eaten. So.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I echo those comments, and I appreciate all of you for being here and doing the tough work. So we are adjourned.